Chapter 12:17. Fang Yuhan, who was focused on handling the company's affairs, didn't know that his little princess Shirley was thinking about such serious matters. He also didn't know that he was facing the risk of losing Shirley. All Gu Shengyin wanted to do was to stick to him a little more before that day arrived. On the other side, after having dinner with her grandparents, the three of them took a walk in the garden. And Wei Wei finally couldn't help but use the excuse that she was sleepy and returned to her room. Her room was like the room of all rich girls. It was full of luxury and princess style. It was the dream of any little girl. She didn't like it. However, everyone felt that Wei Wei should like this style. It wasn't just her room. The clothes she wore, her jewelry, and even her school bag were all in this dreamy Lolita style. Even Wei Wei herself could convince herself that she liked this style under her own self-hypnosis day after day. This was because her elders liked this cute and obedient little princess. Only now, when there was no one else around, she could freely release the true desires in her heart. She put away the innocent smile on her face, took off her pink lace princess dress, and changed into a pure white nightgown. And Wei Wei, who was sitting on the bed, looked like a completely different person from how she looked during the day. Her face was expressionless, and her big black eyes gave off a strange vibe under the dim light. The desire that she suppressed in her heart during the day gradually awakened. There seemed to be a fire burning in the bottom of her heart. She was thirsty and anxious, and her eyes became a little wild. It was so uncomfortable. She needed something to quell this desire that was growing stronger and stronger. She didn't need to endure it again. What did she need? She felt that she urgently needed to see blood. She needed to see those young and desperate eyes. She needed to feel the warm blood flowing through her palms and hear the miserable cries in her ears. It gave her the satisfaction of dominating the other party's world. But she couldn't. Her grandparents lived in the room next door. She couldn't let them see this side of their obedient granddaughter. She could only endure it. In this long night, under the torment of time, this burning impulse was gradually suppressed. Her nails dug deep into her flesh, but Wei Wei didn't even frown. Only pain could slightly suppress the madness in her heart. The hour hand turned little by little. Finally, after 2 rounds, the burning desire in his heart gradually calmed down. Wei Wei lowered her head. Unsurprisingly, she saw that her left forearm was already stained with blood. She had scratched it with her fingernails just now. Looking at the dried marks, she walked forward and licked them gently. It had a salty, rusty taste, and was not tasty at all. However, Wei Wei seemed to be possessed. She licked all the traces clean bit by bit. The flame in his heart finally disappeared completely. The taste was actually not bad. She slowly got up and walked to the side of the huge dressing mirror. The girl in the mirror was wearing a loose white nightgown. Her hair was loose, and her expressionless face gave off a strange feeling in the dim light. Chapter 12:18. She stared at herself in the mirror. Slowly, the corners of her mouth curled up. The haze in her eyes also quietly dissipated. She reached out to turn on the light beside the mirror, and the entire room instantly lit up. The little girl in the mirror became the innocent and obedient little princess of the Yin family that day. Everything that had just happened could only be witnessed by this silent room full of furniture. No, other than this room full of furniture, there was also a system. Looking at Wei Wei like this, the experienced and knowledgeable system expressed that it didn't care. What the hell? The system expressed that it was very scared. The system didn't only have Gu Shengyin as a host, it had also seen all kinds of perverts in previous missions. But it really hadn't seen anyone as sick as Wei Wei. The system could face ghosts and monsters covered in blood without batting an eyelid, but facing Wei Wei like this, it expressed that it was a little weak. But the system was a good system that loved its job. Even if it was a little scared, it still insisted on being on the front line, continuously monitoring the mission target. It was determined not to affect the completion of the host's mission because of its own fear. Let's give a round of applause to the dedicated system. Alright, back to the main topic. Wei Wei lay quietly on the bed. The room fell into darkness. She clearly knew her situation. She could endure it once, twice, or even 10 times. But 100 times? It was very obvious that the two from the Yin family had the intention of staying here for a long time. And Wei Wei knew that there was a crazy beast in her heart. Only the blood of those weak animals could extinguish the desire in her heart. She couldn't control the ambition in her heart. If she continued to endure like this, sooner or later, there would be problems. Since she couldn't help it, then, it wouldn't be at home, right? Although it was impossible to have as much equipment outside as at home, and the products might not be perfect. But as long as it could temporarily satisfy the desire in her heart, it would be fine. And Wei Wei made up her mind. If she didn't do something, she would really go crazy. Gu Shengyin received the system's warning in her mind. The system had no way of knowing what Wei Wei was thinking, but it could guess that her current situation wasn't normal. It mainly wanted Gu Shengyin to be careful. Gu Shengyin, on the other hand, was more thoughtful than the system. After hearing the system describe Wei Wei's series of actions, she felt that the other party might not be able to hold it in any longer. Now that she was by Fang Yuhan's side every day, it was unlikely that Wei Wei would be able to come into contact with her. System, you don't have to worry too much about me. The main thing is to monitor Wei Wei's actions. I suspect that she wants to attack the animals outside. Especially those stray cats and dogs without owners, they were the best targets. In the past, too many of the animal souls under Wei Wei's control were those pitiful stray animals. Understood, host. Gu Shengyin was still deep in thought when her body was suddenly held up by a pair of warm and dry hands. What's wrong with Shirley? Are you feeling unwell? A voice with a hint of anxiety came from above. Fang Yuhan was so immersed in his work that he didn't realize that Shirley, who had always been clingy, had been too quiet the entire afternoon. Normally, she couldn't stay still. Every now and then, she would poke him with her claws to play with him. Gu Shengyin snapped out of her thoughts and met her owner's worried gaze. Chapter 12:19. Her eyes were as cold as the clear water in an unfrozen lake in winter all year round, but when she looked at him, her eyes were as warm as the sun. Gu Shengyin meowed softly, stood up, and gently licked Fang Yuhan's wrist. Then she moved closer to Fang Yuhan. Fang Yuhan was relieved. It seemed that Shirley was fine. However, he still felt that this place was too quiet. President Fang felt as if he was sick. When Shirley pestered him to play with her, he kept praying that this clingy little girl would be quiet. However, when she was really quiet, Fang Yuhan began to worry again. He was even inexplicably not used to it. He began to miss Shirley, who always liked to pester him. After playing with Shirley in his arms for a while, he felt that she was not very interested. Fang Yuhan glanced at the clock on the wall worriedly. There was still an hour before he got off work. Today's work was basically done. He thought for a minute, stood up decisively, and began to pack his things. As soon as he put Shirley on his shoulder, he met Assistant Liu, who pushed the door open and came in. Assistant Liu was still holding a pile of documents in her hands. She looked at the president in surprise. "President, what are you doing?" Assistant Liu was a little confused. Fang Yuhan looked calm. "I still have something to do. I'm off work." He glanced at the documents in Assistant Liu's hands again and frowned slightly. "Is there any urgent and important information that I need to see?" Assistant Liu quickly shook her head. No, these are just some parts of the plan. You can take your time to read them." Then, there was no problem. Fang Yuhan nodded. "Then I'll leave first." Assistant Liu stood in the president's office with a pile of documents in her arms. Her heart was still full of disbelief. The CEO was actually promoted and dismissed from his position. This was even rarer than the company's year-end bonus twice a year. President Fang was simply a role model in the world of presidents. He always worked overtime. At least, Assistant Liu had worked here for 2.5 years, and she had never seen him leave work early. In just a few minutes, Assistant Liu thought of hundreds of reasons for the president to skip work. However, none of them seemed right. She shook her head and shook all the messy thoughts out of her mind. She could only think about the president's gossip in her heart. It was not good to delay her work. As for after the work was done, Assistant Liu smiled like an idiot. "I have more gossip to share with my girlfriend." However, Fang Yuhan was fine. After he left the company, he took Gu Shengyin directly to the most famous pet hospital in the city. Yes, he was worried that Shirley was sick. However, the results of the examination surprised even the doctor. "Sir, I can tell that you've taken good care of your kitten," the vet said with a smile as he looked at Fang Yuhan. Most of the people who chose to become veterinarians maintained a friendly and loving heart towards small animals. When they saw people who were also kind to their pets, their attitude would naturally be much gentler. "I've never seen such a healthy pet. There was nothing wrong with it at all." Hearing this, Gu Shengyin remained silent. The bodies of spiritual beasts were the purest, without any impurities. Naturally, they would be incomparably healthy. Chapter 12:20. Fang Yuhan was relieved to hear this. He looked at the veterinarian gently and said, "Thank you." The veterinarian smiled and said, "You're welcome. There aren't many owners who love their pets as much as you do." The veterinarian clicked his tongue in wonder. Fang Yuhan looked like a cold person who didn't like to smile. He didn't expect him to be so nice to his pets. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Fang Yuhan knew that there was nothing wrong with Shirley's health, but he didn't know what was wrong with her. Gu Shengyin perked up when she saw the worried look in her owner's eyes. She meowed at Fang Yuhan a few times and scratched his body with her little paws. That's how it should be. Seeing Xue Li's energetic appearance, Fang Yuhan's heart relaxed. "Let's go. Let's have a big meal today." Fang Yuhan went to a famous restaurant in the city. Since it was inconvenient to bring Shirley along, he ordered a private room. The dishes were served quickly. In order to take care of Shirley, Fang Yuhan ordered a lot of light dishes. For one person, it was a little too much. The waiter asked him more than once if he wanted more bowls and chopsticks. Of course, Fang Yuhan refused. What did it feel like to eat with a cat slave owner? Gu Shengyin could tell you that she was treated like a queen. Fang Yuhan didn't eat at all. He wanted to satisfy his little princess first. Gu Shengyin said that as long as she liked something, she would look over and meow. The next moment, that dish would be served to her. At first, Fang Yuhan was worried that Shirley would feel uncomfortable eating human food. However, as time passed, he realized that Shirley wasn't an ordinary cat. Although she looked like a delicate kitten, Shirley wasn't as delicate as those kittens. Fang Yuhan had thought about what kind of animal Shirley was, but he didn't care much. To him, Shirley was Shirley. He liked her so much because she was a cat. If she wasn't a cat, he wouldn't like her. Shirley had a big appetite. This was what Fang Yuhan had learned over the past 2 months. Of course, this was in comparison to the size of an ordinary cat and her body. Compared to humans, this little bit of appetite was really nothing. The bodies of spiritual beasts were very strange. Throughout their infancy, they would maintain the same body shape. In other words, no matter how much Gu Shengyin could eat, her body would always be the size of a palm. However, Gu Shengyin did not care about this. She didn't think that a cat with a big head would be any more useful than a cat the size of a palm. As for Fang Yuhan, he didn't care at all. The palm-sized Shirley was so cute. He could hold her in his palm and put her in his pocket at any time. It couldn't be any better. Gu Shengyin quickly expressed that she was full. Only then did Fang Yuhan start eating. After the man and the cat had eaten their fill, Fang Yuhan thought about Shirley's previous state and decided to take her out to play. There shouldn't be too many people, and it shouldn't be too noisy. It would be best if it was closer to home, and the place had to be pretty. Fang Yuhan thought about it and chose a leisure park not far from home. This park was rare and had very few amusement facilities. Naturally, it wouldn't attract a large group of naughty children. The environment was indeed good. However, Gu Shengyin was lying in Fang Yuhan's pocket. As soon as they arrived at the destination, they heard a message from the system. It was in Weiwei. What was she doing here so late? Chapter 12:21. In the evening, the artificial lake reflected the orange-red setting sun. The sun had already lost its heat, covering the horizon with a layer of reddish-purple sunset. As it reflected in the water, the gorgeous colors slowly swayed with the slight ripples, as if creating a magnificent and mysterious world. Fang Yuhan had a small white ball on his shoulder. The man and the cat walked slowly in the evening breeze. To Fang Yuhan's surprise, he felt as if everything was peaceful. He thought that if he could spend the rest of his life with Shirley like this, it would be a good thing. However, The little white ball on his shoulder didn't seem to enjoy this as much as he did. She seemed a little irritable and uneasy tonight. Surely, the little guy on his shoulder was different from before. This made Fang Yuhan a little uneasy. He took Gu Xingyin off his shoulder and placed her in his palm. What's wrong? Are you cold? Gu Xingyin meowed twice. She stuck out her tongue and licked his palm twice, indicating that she was fine. She had been talking to the system about An Weiwei. She felt that An Weiwei wasn't the kind of person who would come to see the scenery at night. Gu Xingyin thought about how An Weiwei couldn't come into contact with the small animals at home because of her interference recently. She had a faint guess in her heart. The system's reply confirmed her guess. Host, I just found that there are a large number of stray cats and dogs in this park. The system began to explain the situation of the park to Gu Xingyin. It turned out that Fang Yuhan and the others only knew that the scenery here was beautiful and that it was a good place to go for a leisurely stroll. However, they didn't know that this place was similar to a sacred place for the homeless stray cats and dogs. Most of the people who often came here for a walk were retired old people who stayed at home to play with their grandchildren. The old people were kind and had a certain amount of financial ability. They were very willing to bring some small food like bread and biscuits to feed these animals when they came here. There was no sun or rain, and no one would look at them with disgust or even chase them away. Over time, there were many small animals here. To An Weiwei, this place was like a holy land, right? Gu Xingyin asked the system to keep an eye on An Weiwei's movements while she struggled to jump out of Fang Yuhan's hands. Surely, Fang Yuhan let his guard down and let Shirley jump out of his hand. Then he saw Cher's small white figure running off in a certain direction. Shirley, where are you going? Fang Yuhan asked anxiously. Ever since Shirley came to his side that rainy day, he had been holding her in the palm of his hand. He didn't even let her walk on her own. What on earth had happened? Fang Yuhan quickly chased after him. Gu Xingyin walked quickly. According to the system, An Weiwei had already found the gathering place of those stray cats and dogs. She didn't want to see those innocent lives lost in the hands of this mentally twisted girl. In a dark corner of the park, An Weiwei was holding a bag of cooked meat in her hand. She was squatting down and slowly placing it on the ground. There were several small round animals lying in front of her. These small animals were often fed by humans, so they weren't afraid of strangers. When they saw that this human had no intention of attacking them, they all surrounded her. Chapter 12:22. An Weiwei had an innocent smile on her face, but her eyes were looking at these animals one by one. This one is too big and looks so fierce. That yellow-spotted one isn't good-looking at all. That little black cat looks sickly and lifeless. Her eyes lit up. Not far away, the little white cat that had been looking over with its eyes wide open appeared in her vision. The little white cat's fur was white and clean without any impurities. Its eyes were a faint blue, and it was very eye-catching among the stray cats and dogs. Even An Weiwei, who had seen countless cats and dogs, had to admit that this little cat's appearance was really impeccable. It was probably only staying in this secluded small park and wasn't seen by anyone. Otherwise, it would have been adopted by those so-called cat lovers long ago, right? And Weiwei knew very well in her heart. Especially those pampered little girls at home and those rich ladies who spent all day doing nothing but spending money, they liked this kind of little guy the most. And Weiwei herself didn't really like this kind of white cat, because they looked too delicate and couldn't withstand any torture at all. The reason why she was attracted to this little white cat was because the first time she saw it, she was reminded of Shirley, who had once scratched her. Thinking of Mr. Fang's white cat that even she couldn't afford to offend, An Weiwei felt a little regretful. She had to admit that this little guy was definitely the most beautiful, most agile, and most energetic cat she had ever seen. He was also the one that moved her the most. Just thinking of that white cat's proud gaze made the hidden desire in her heart have the urge to be aroused. Thinking of this, she looked at the little white cat again. Although its appearance was quite different, it was better than nothing. Very good, she had found her target for today. She distributed the large handful of food in her hand to the cats and dogs in front of her and walked towards the little white cat with the bag that still had half of it left. The little white cat followed her footsteps and took a few steps back. Obviously, compared to her defenseless companions, She was much more vigilant against humans. But in front of delicious food and the scheming in Weiwei, she couldn't maintain her vigilance for long. And Weiwei smiled as she watched the little white cat approach her bit by bit. She hesitantly started to eat the food she placed on the ground. Very good. After a while, she stretched out her hand hesitantly and touched the little white cat's body. The white cat's body trembled at first. She seemed to be a little afraid. However, after realizing that this human had no ill intentions and that the touch was very comfortable, she relaxed and no longer cared about the hand on her back. Instead, she lowered her head and focused on eating. As expected of a little bastard, he was hooked by a little bit of food. And Weiwei hid her thoughts and continued to smile as she looked at the little white cat who was focused on eating. By the time Gu Shengyin arrived, all she saw were the little animals surrounding her. And Weiwei was nowhere to be seen. Too late? When these stray cats and dogs saw Gu Shengyin, they all surrounded her enthusiastically. Some even stuck out their tongues and wanted to lick her. Gu Shengyin dodged nimbly. She felt a little helpless. The bodies of spiritual beasts were pure and clean, and their auras were naturally loved by animals. In addition, with the addition of the elf queen's affinity, in the eyes of these cats and dogs, she was probably like their child. Chapter 12:23. System, quickly find in Weiwei's location, Gu Shengyin said. After learning that in Weiwei had taken away a little white cat, Gu Shengyin couldn't help but feel a little worried. The system quickly reported an address. What surprised Gu Shengyin was that it was actually in this park. However, it was much more remote than here. The trees there were dense. During the day, it could be said to be quiet. However, at night, it could only be considered gloomy. Basically, no one dared to go there at night. That's right. The things that in Weiwei did were all shameful. It could only be done in a place like this. Gu Shengyin got rid of the small animals that clung to her and ran towards the place that the system mentioned. Fang Yuhan followed behind his Shirley. To be honest, he was shocked by his Shirley's stamina. Shirley had been running at this speed for more than 10 minutes from the lakeside where they were taking a stroll. This distance and intensity of exercise were nothing to Fang Yuhan, who trained all year round. However, Shirley was only so big. Fang Yuhan was a little worried. What had happened to make Shirley so anxious? And Weiwei carried the little white cat in her arms and walked towards the dark. The little white cat was quite quiet at first. However, as time passed, it realized that it didn't recognize its surroundings anymore. It started to meow in panic. However, Weiwei ignored it. The little white cat began to struggle, but Weiwei firmly clamped down on its limbs. What? You want to leave? Since you ate my food, you have to be obedient and listen to me. She walked gently. The little white cat struggled even harder. And Weiwei couldn't help but pinch the little white cat's body. Disobedient little thing, you have to be punished, woo. The little white cat let out a painful cry. They finally arrived at their destination. And Weiwei stopped in her tracks and stopped under a large tree. Under the tree was a small backpack. Inside was Weiwei's treasure. Opening the backpack, Weiwei took out a few things. It was unknown how she moved, but she easily bound the little white cat's limbs and even sealed her mouth. What a pity! I can't hear meows pleas for mercy. And Weiwei seemed to be a little regretful. From her point of view, it was a very heartwarming and comforting thing to hear the desperate and painful cries of those small animals ringing in her ears. When she was at home, she would not shut her mouth. But here, in order to not let the animals' screams attract extra people, she could only reluctantly give up this pleasure. She took her hands out of the backpack and a pair of knives as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in her hands. The white cat's frightened eyes appeared in front of Weiwei. The look in his eyes made her extremely satisfied. Next, I'll use these 2 knives to love you dearly. Good girl. She extended the knife in her hand towards the little white cat's body. Meow. A sharp cry that belonged to Meow Meow sounded, seemingly with inexplicable anger. Before Weiwei could react to where the meowing came from, a white figure flashed before her eyes. Then she felt a strong force colliding with her. Intense pain flashed across her face. She reached out and touched it. A salty and wet liquid flowed down. It was blood. Weiwei panicked. She saw the little white ball glaring at her angrily not far away. Was it that Shueli? Chapter 12:24. Why was she here? And Wei Wei panicked. She reflexively turned her head to look behind her. There was no one. Did she sneak out on her own? A stinging pain came from the wound on his face. Drops of blood could not be stopped and kept dripping down. And Wei Wei ignored the white cat on the ground. Instead, she looked at Gu Shengyin with a gaze that made the cat's hair stand on end. What a bad-tempered little thing. You left wounds on my body in the 2 times we met. She chuckled softly. You're the first one to make me, and Wei Wei, suffer twice. You have to compensate me well. Gu Shengyin glared at An Wei Wei angrily. Seeing it in the plot and seeing it with her own eyes were 2 completely different concepts. Right now, right beside her, that pitiful little white cat was tightly tied up. Its mouth was tied shut, and its eyes were filled with terror as it stared ahead. Its white fur had already been stained with a trace of bright red. The knife in An Wei Wei's hand was too fast. Just the slightest contact with the knife would cause a wound. Gu Shengyin reached out her teeth and bit off the tie on the white cat's mouth. The white cat's shrill voice instantly rang out in this quiet environment. Fang Yuhan, who had just run over, heard this voice and his heart skipped a beat. It was a cat's scream. Shirley was here just now. In his anxiety, he didn't realize that this voice didn't belong to his Shirley. Hearing the white cat's voice, An Wei Wei frowned. Would it attract people here? She looked at Gu Shengyin. Little Shirley, do you know how long I've been thinking about you? She looked at Gu Shengyin with a strange gaze, as if she was looking at a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Do you see that little white cat? Actually, when I caught it, I was thinking about you. But now, the main character is here. The substitute can quickly die. Just as she was about to move her feet to catch the little white ball in front of her, a cold voice that was suppressing his anger sounded behind Lung Jin. Master? I didn't know that my Shirley had always been missed by Missen. At this moment, Fang Yuhan was furious. When he heard the cat's screams, his body went limp. Then, he ran over and heard An Wei Wei's words. He looked at the knife in An Wei Wei's hands, then looked at the tied-up white kitten with blood on its body beside his Shirley. How could he not understand? Who would have thought that the legendary innocent and well-behaved little princess of the Yin family was actually such a pervert? Fang Yuhan's heart was filled with lingering fear. What if he couldn't keep up with Shirley? What would An Wei Wei do to Shirley? From her words, it was clear that she had been interested in Shueli for a long time. And Wei Wei didn't expect Fang Yuhan to arrive so quickly. Her expression changed, and she threw the knife in her hand to the ground. She squatted on the ground and began to cry. Fang Yuhan looked at her coldly without any warmth in his eyes. This little trick. He had seen it all before. However, he didn't have the time to argue with An Wei Wei now. Instead, he quickly walked to Gu Shengyin's side. He checked carefully from head to toe. After confirming that his cat was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out and slapped Gu Shengyin hard. Who told you to run around? What if something happened? This time, he didn't show any mercy at all. He hit her hard. He was really worried to death in his heart just now. Chapter 12:25. Gu Shengyin meowed a little aggrievedly, but she did not dodge. She was at a lower position, so she could clearly see the panic hidden behind the anger in the man's eyes. He was really worried about her. Anyway, a spiritual beast's body was very strong, so it was fine to let him vent his anger. However, after hitting her twice, Fang Yuhan stopped. He couldn't bear to do it. He watched as the little white ball in front of him obediently curled up into a ball. Her body was trembling from the pain, but she did not dodge because it was him. His heart ached when he saw this. Fang Yuhan gritted his teeth in anger. He scolded himself in his heart for being so useless that he was completely controlled by a little girl. At the same time, he picked her up without any backbone. He seemed rough, but his movements were gentle as he held Gu Shengyin in his palm and asked, "Does it hurt?" Gu Shengyin meowed obediently and licked his finger with her soft tongue. The anger in Fang Yuhan's heart miraculously subsided. He sighed inwardly and stuffed Gu Shengyin into his pocket. Then he turned around to deal with other matters. And Wei Wei was still crying. Fang Yuhan ignored her. Instead, he squatted down and untied the little white cat. The little white cat was obviously frightened. The moment it regained its freedom, it quickly ran into the dense forest. There were no large beasts in the park, so there was no danger. Fang Yuhan only took a glance before he snapped back to reality. Then, only An Weiwei was left, sobbing softly. A teenage girl was squatting on the ground and crying. A tall adult man was standing in front of her coldly. No matter how one looked at it, it was a scene of an adult bullying a child. Unfortunately, at this time and place, no one appreciated An Weiwei's acting skills. Fang Yuhan was not in the mood to talk to An Weiwei. I will call your parents. If you have time to cry, you might as well think about how to explain it to them. An Weiwei's crying stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at Fang Yuhan. Uncle Fang, I know I was wrong. I don't know why I'm like this. I really don't know anything. She looked delicate and cute, and when she cried, she looked very lovable. Unfortunately, Fang Yuhan had a heart of stone. Apart from Princess Shirley, no other creature had ever enjoyed his tenderness. An Weiwei panicked. She knew that her grandparents liked her not only because she was their only granddaughter, but also because she was obedient and naive. As the elderly got older, they liked obedient and sensible grandchildren. If her grandmother knew that she actually had such a hobby, and that she had even given her grandmother's favorite Scottish fold to An Weiwei shuddered. He absolutely could not admit it. I can't let this man tell them. She could say that he was spouting nonsense if it was someone else, but when it came to the words of the CEO of Fang Corporation, even her grandfather could not ignore it. Uncle Fang, Uncle Fang. She ran forward and tried to grab Fang Yuhan's clothes. However, Fang Yuhan didn't even want to look at her. He even took out his phone in front of An Weiwei and made a call. Hello, is this Mr. An Shumin? I am Fang Yuhan. It's like this. I realized. His voice was deep and cold as he recounted what he had seen and heard to An Weiwei's grandfather. Chapter 12:26. Fang Yuhan didn't turn on the speaker, so An Weiwei didn't know what the CEO of the Fang Corporation said to her grandfather. She just sat on the ground in a daze and looked at the knife in her hand. This was the knife that she was going to use on the white cat. Fang Yuhan's back was facing her. If she used this knife to make him unable to speak at this time, this thought became stronger and stronger. An Weiwei's hand couldn't help but reach for the hilt of the knife that was right in front of her. You're welcome. I just hope that you can control your family's younger generation. Don't regret it when the time comes. A small figure quietly approached him. If I were you, I would immediately put down the thing in my hand. The cold voice was very clear in the night. An Weiwei's figure paused. Suddenly, she sped up without hesitation and stabbed the knife in her hand towards the figure in front of her. Slap! Her arm was slapped hard. The sharp pain made her let go of her hand uncontrollably. Clang! A crisp sound of metal hitting the ground came from the ground. I warned you not to do stupid things. Fang Yuhan looked coldly at the teary-eyed person who was grabbing his arm. An Weiwei raised her head and looked at the man who was looking at her coldly. She could clearly see that the other party was looking at her with eyes full of mockery. She suddenly said softly, Is it easier to believe that an innocent and obedient little girl is a pervert who likes to abuse animals? Or is it easier to believe that a beautiful little girl who refuses to obey a criminal in the quiet of the night? Fang Yuhan stared at her and exhaled. Wouldn't it be better if you used your thoughts for proper purposes? An Weiwei didn't comment. Then, a clear female voice sounded in the silence. Uncle Fang, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. An Weiwei's eyes widened as she looked at Fang Yuhan in disbelief. Fang Yuhan turned off the recording and turned to leave. That's why I said, don't play tricks in front of me. You're still too inexperienced. An Weiwei looked at the back of the man who left and finally sat down dejectedly. It was over. Her image in the hearts of her grandparents must have been completely destroyed. Although the elderly cared about their granddaughter, she was not their only granddaughter. How many illegitimate children did her father raise outside? Those lowly things were always sharpening their heads to enter the family's door. If they really wanted to give up on him, there were still many other options. Fang Yuhan didn't care about what An Weiwei was thinking. He didn't even care if she was safe in the forest at night. After experiencing such a thing, of course, he was not in the mood to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. He directly took Gu Xingyin home. When he returned home, he sat on the sofa with a serious expression and took out the little white ball from his pocket. "Shirley, tell me, what are you?" He looked at Gu Xingyin sternly. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. Gu Xingyin's behavior today was too suspicious. Xueli's previous behavior was as if she could predict the future and knew that An Weiwei was abusing the little white cat. How could a normal kitten be capable of such a miraculous feat? Chapter 12:27. Gu Xingyin looked at Fang Yuhan with her innocent eyes. She told herself that she was just a pure kitten. She didn't know anything. System. It felt like déjà vu. Gu Xingyin. Every time I ask you a question, you pretend you don't know. Fang Yuhan looked at Gu Xingyin with a headache. He knew that she was pretending to be stupid, but he couldn't do anything to her. Fang Yuhan took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. He decided to use a flirting attack. His serious expression faded and became incomparably gentle. He looked deeply at the little white ball in front of him. Gu Xingyin could clearly see her figure in his eyes. Fang Yuhan said, "Xueli, I don't care what kind of creature you are. I just hope that there's nothing to hide between the two of us. I, Fang Yuhan, will always support you." Gu Xingyin's eyes flashed. Hearing such words, it was impossible to say that she wasn't moved. Looking into the other party's eyes, she really wanted to open her mouth and tell him that she wasn't a cat, but a spiritual beast that didn't belong to this world. She was a lover who could take human form and be with him forever. She opened her mouth. And she meowed. Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin expressed her innocence. She was just a cat now. How could he expect her to say human words? Fang Yuhan looked at Xueli again and was sure that she wouldn't tell him anything. He sighed. Forget it. Since she didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't ask. One day, she would be willing to tell him everything. However, Fang Yuhan didn't know that the truth was too heavy for him to bear. In the following days, Gu Xingyin was still spoiled by Fang Yuhan like before. She ate, slept, and played every day. Her body instantly grew. Of course, her growing body referred to the strength in her body slowly increasing. Based on her appearance alone, she was still a palm-sized snow-white ball. Assistant Lu had become a die-hard fan of Princess Xueli. Every few days, he would come to the CEO's house to help clean, cook, and feed the pets. That's right. In fact, his only goal was the last one above. The previous ones were all excuses to achieve his goal. Why would he need to do anything when the CEO only hired hourly cleaners to clean the house once a week? It couldn't be helped. Their CEO treasured Xueli too much, and they could only watch. Every time Assistant Lu saw the little Princess Xueli, she wanted to rush forward and put her in her pocket. But no matter how much he wanted to, as long as he saw his CEO's cold eyes, he would immediately be frightened. He couldn't afford to offend the CEO's parents. Assistant Lu was 100% sure that once he had any improper thoughts about Shirley, he would definitely be taught a lesson by his president. Gu Xingyin couldn't care less about what his assistant, who was smart and capable at work, was thinking in private. She was appreciating the life as now. Ever since An Weiwei was brought back to the An family, who had received news about Fang Yuhan, did not neglect it. After a thorough cleaning and inspection of the entire villa and An Weiwei, the An family discovered something that left them flabbergasted. Chapter 12:28. In that small private room that almost no one had ever entered, there were countless bloody and shiny instruments. There were even many bloody and cruel photos. And these were all done by the most obedient and naive An Weiwei in their eyes. Not only did An Weiwei's grandmother, who was a Buddhist, faint on the spot, but the servants who usually worked in the villa started to look at An Weiwei with fear in their eyes as if they were looking at a lunatic. Wasn't she a lunatic? How could a normal person do such a thing? An Weiwei's grandparents left the villa that day. To be honest, if it weren't for the considerable salary here, the servants who worked here would have wanted to resign and leave. Just the thought of a little master with a twisted mind living here, and who knew how many dead animals were buried in this villa, made them break out in cold sweat. An Weiwei had been placed under house arrest in this villa. That's right, house arrest. Her family directly suspended her from school on the grounds that she was sick and quickly invited the most authoritative psychological expert in the country. This was done by An Weiwei's parents. They unanimously believed that their daughter had done such a thing because of a psychological problem. An Weiwei had no room to resist. Her status as a young lady in the An family was high, and it was all brought to her by her parents. Once the true ruler of the An family no longer liked her or even hated her, her life would no longer be so easy. Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart as she looked at An Weiwei's situation. She didn't feel that An Weiwei was pitiful at all. After all, no matter what happened to An Weiwei, it could be said that she reaped what she sowed. She just felt a little strange. Based on her understanding of Fang Yuhan, he actually let An Weiwei off so easily? This didn't seem like his style of doing things. After all, Gu Xingyin could completely feel how much he cared about her. Reality proved that Gu Xingyin's premonition was correct. Fang Yuhan indeed didn't intend to let An Weiwei off so easily. He thought about what she said that day. She had always been drooling over his Shirley. Did that mean that if he didn't take good care of Shirley one day, his Shirley might be placed on the perverted dissection table by that mentally twisted girl? How could Fang Yuhan tolerate something like this? He didn't take any action a few days ago just to let the An family relax their vigilance. As for An Weiwei's matter, regardless of whether it was for the sake of their reputation or because they hadn't given up on An Weiwei, the heir, they still kept it a secret from the outside world. Perhaps the An family did this for a reason. But Fang Yuhan didn't. He had no reason to let go of the person who wanted Shirley's life. Even if she was just a minor, half a month was enough for a top-notch private investigator to find out everything he needed. Soon, news of the An family's heir, An Weiwei, suffering from a mental illness spread. Under Fang Yuhan's instructions, the public did not say that she was abusing animals. Instead, they emphasized that she was mentally ill. But how could such an obvious tyrannical animal be suppressed without emphasizing the news? In particular, countless people who liked small animals exploded on the internet after seeing those crazy photos. A little girl in her teens actually did such a cruel thing. This incident caused a huge commotion all over the country. Even An Group's shares had dropped to the lowest in the entire year because of this incident. Chapter 1229. Originally, An Weiwei's parents didn't have much feelings for this daughter of theirs. They had their own small families outside. In their own families, they had close lovers and obedient and sensible children. In their hearts, An Weiwei was just a mission. But now, she had caused the An family to fall into danger. This made An Weiwei's parents hate this daughter even more. Father An rushed back immediately. "I told you that you're not a good person. Your grandmother even said that you're obedient, sensible, and kind-hearted. You're already so vicious at such a young age. You must have inherited that woman's bad intentions. Our An family doesn't have such a vicious bloodline." An Weiwei was half sitting on the bed as she listened to this so-called father yell at her. She was restricted to this room and was not allowed to go out. None of the servants who were usually kind and attentive to her dared to speak to her. What a joke! She thought to herself expressionlessly. If she didn't remember wrongly, how long had it been since this so-called father of hers returned home? Even on New Year's Eve, her parents would be out with their little lovers. Here, she was always alone. Seeing An Weiwei looking down and remaining silent, Father An became even angrier. "I've already discussed with your grandfather and grandmother. We'll take away your inheritance rights in the An family. This villa will be my last gift to you as your father. Just stay here obediently." An Weiwei suddenly raised her head. She stared at Father An in disbelief. She was his biological daughter. Although she always knew that this father didn't like her, she never thought that he would be so ruthless. An Weiwei suddenly laughed out loud. "Have you wanted to do this for a long time? Don't tell me it's because of this incident. I've long known that you and that woman see me as a thorn in your side. You've long wanted me to die so that you can make room for those lowly illegitimate children of yours outside, right?" Slap. Father An slapped her with an ashen face. An Weiwei's expression didn't change. She looked at Father An with a vicious gaze. "Am I right? Are you angry out of humiliation?" Father An's face didn't look good. Although that was what he thought in his heart, Having his junior say it out loud really made him lose face. Your grandmother is right. You have already gone mad. Otherwise, why would you do such a heartless thing and say such ungrateful words? Father An coldly snorted and left in a huff. And Wei Wei sat on the bed with her head lowered. No one could see the bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. And Wei Wei was expelled from school. And Wei Wei was under house arrest. There was no one who didn't know An Wei Wei's reputation. Everyone in the country knew about this cruel and perverted animal killer. And Wei Wei was ruined. The police had been to An's house. However, the An family had to consider their reputation after all. If they had a daughter in the juvenile detention center, it would be a complete loss of face. Through their connections, they accused An Wei Wei of being mentally unsound. Plus, she was underage. The police could only turn a blind eye and let An Wei Wei stay in her own house. Being confined in such a small room every day, even if she didn't lack food and clothing, it was still unbearable for An Wei Wei, right? Chapter 1230. That's right. Being under house arrest was indeed something that An Wei Wei couldn't tolerate. However, it wasn't just because of the so-called loneliness that she couldn't tolerate. On the contrary, the loneliness of being alone was nothing to An Wei Wei. What really tormented her was the desire for blood in her heart. She couldn't remember when she had fallen in love with the feeling of warm animal blood flowing on her hands. By the time she realized that she was addicted, she couldn't quit. Moreover, An Wei Wei had never planned to quit. Why should she quit such a sweet and intoxicating feeling? She was like a drug addict. Only fresh blood could quench the thirst in her heart. But now, she had no way of getting what she wanted. The An family kept a close eye on her. After such a thing happened, An Wei Wei's villa naturally attracted the attention of many forces. No matter what the reason was, the An family would never let An Wei Wei out, much less allow her to harm animals again. An Wei Wei's expression became gloomier and gloomier day by day, and her temper became more and more irritable day by day. She felt that if this continued, she would go crazy sooner or later. Little did she know that in the eyes of others, she was already a lunatic. The servants of the An family were the ones who could clearly feel the change in An Wei Wei. It was precisely because of this that their fear of An Wei Wei grew stronger. Even they began to think that Mr. N's claim that Miss was mentally ill wasn't an excuse to escape punishment. Miss, he really didn't look normal. Gu Xingyin felt that this wasn't enough. For a person like An Wei Wei, no matter how cruel her treatment was, it wouldn't be too much. What she had done had harmed the lives of so many small animals. There was no way to offset such a sin. An Wei Wei started to dream at night. In her dreams, there would always be small, bloody bodies staring at her with their eyes wide open. There were meows that haunted her for the entire night. No matter how she tried to escape, they followed her like a shadow, like a vengeful spirit demanding her life. She started to lose sleep and became nervous. Her hair fell out in large amounts, and her fair and rosy skin turned sallow because of lack of rest. The nightmares caused the girl's life force to rapidly wither. She finally couldn't take it anymore and said that evil spirits were pestering her every day. After all, she was a young lady. The servants also informed Fatherin, Motherin, and An Wei Wei's grandparents. A doctor came over to take a look and said that An Wei Wei's mental state was not good. Everything else was normal. He even said that she was under too much psychological pressure. An Wei Wei naturally wouldn't believe such words. Every night, those cold and resentful gazes, those mournful voices demanding her life, were so real. They were cold and sticky as they entangled her for the entire night. It was those animals that had come to take his life. How could she have gotten it wrong? But no one believed her. The An family had already gotten impatient with the paranoid An Wei Wei after inviting a doctor to check on her a few times and confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body. In their opinion, if An Wei Wei wasn't under too much pressure, then she was doing it on purpose. She pretended to be weak so that they would let her out. However, the An family had already abandoned An Wei Wei. How could they let her out? An Wei Wei was crazy. Chapter 1231. When Gu Xingyin received this news, it was exactly 10 months after she had been in the body of the spiritual beast. According to the system, her childhood would be over in 2 months. At that time, she would be able to transform into a human. In fact, During this period of time, Gu Shengyin had also felt it. She could feel that her body was almost full of energy, and she urgently needed to find a breakthrough point. She reckoned that this breakthrough point would be the day she stepped into the growth stage. When she thought about the spiritual beast's mission in this world, Gu Shengyin's clear purple eyes dimmed slightly. If she remembered correctly, it was about 2 years later. During the 100th anniversary of this country's birth, the dragon vein was accidentally destroyed. There had to be a spiritual treasure that voluntarily gave up its cultivation and used its body to suppress the dragon vein and protect the country's 1,000 years of fortune. In this world, the people had long stopped believing in ghosts and gods. The spiritual energy was scarce, so it was naturally impossible for a spiritual treasure to be born. This was also the meaning of the spiritual beast's arrival in this world. In that case, she only had 2 years left to stay by Fang Yuhan's side. Instead of being separated by life and death, she might as well stay by his side and quietly be a cute little pet that could happily accompany each other for the next 2 years. However, Gu Shengyin had calculated everything, but she had overlooked in Weiwei's craziness. Another 2 months passed. Gu Shengyin had entered the most critical period. Every day, she could feel the spiritual power in her body on the verge of going out of control. She had to spend a lot of energy to stabilize the spiritual power in her body. In the outside world, Shirley, who had always been delicate and playful, became quiet. Fang Yuhan had been worried for a few days because of this. He was worried that Shirley was sick. However, the test results were normal. Could it be that cats also had times when they were emotional? Fang Yuhan looked at Shirley, who was lying quietly on the sofa, and was puzzled. If it was any other time, this little girl would have already pounced on him and rolled around in his arms. The next day, when Fang Yuhan went to work, he reached out to hug Gu Shengyin out of habit. However, she avoided him. Shirley. Fang Yuhan's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that something was very wrong. Gu Shengyin raised its head and meowed at him. Then, it turned over and closed its eyes, making a sleeping posture. Do you want to rest at home? Fang Yuhan immediately guessed what she meant. Gu Shengyin nodded and went forward to lick Fang Yuhan's outstretched finger. Fang Yuhan was still very worried. But he still nodded. Have a good rest. I'll ask Assistant Lu to bring you something to eat at noon. Gu Shengyin pulled itself together and meowed, indicating that it understood. Fang Yuhan went to work worriedly. As soon as he left, Gu Shengyin relaxed and laid down on the sofa. His body hurt. The uncontrollable spiritual energy was rampaging all over his body. It should be about to break through the juvenile stage and enter the adult stage. Gu Shengyin quickly looked around the house. This was not a good place to transform. She endured the pain and jumped off the sofa and walked to the door. The door opened silently in front of her, and the little white figure ran out. Gu Shengyin quickly thought of a place. This city was like a mountain, and there were many quiet places in the suburbs. It was perfect for her. Chapter 1232. Gu Shengyin went downstairs, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went to the garage. There were quite a few cars in Fang Yuhan's garage. Gu Shengyin wasn't in the mood to study them, so she directly jumped into one of them. She didn't know how she did it. She was just squatting in the seat, but the driverless car actually started moving on its own. On the busy street, no one noticed that the silver-white Ferrari beside them was actually being driven by a little white beast. When they finally left the city, Gu Shengyin's gaze paused. It was as if the driver of this excellent Ferrari had changed gears, and it started to speed along the empty road. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 passing cars, but they would all stare dumbfoundedly as the Ferrari flashed past them like a bolt of silver lightning, disappearing in an instant. Cool! A young man wearing sunglasses looked on enviously. Gu Shengyin set off towards her destination. The spirit energy in her body was getting more and more out of control. She had to be faster, faster. It wasn't easy for her to find a place with the best spirit energy, so it should be helpful for her transformation. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Host, the mission objective has deviated from the original plot. Gu Shengyin reluctantly diverted a bit of her attention. What's wrong with Weiwei? The system's tone was calm. Weiwei suddenly went crazy. While the servants weren't paying attention, She went to the kitchen to steal a knife. She killed the 2 servants in charge of watching over her. Gu Shengyin was shocked. She turned to look at the system, her voice full of disbelief. Really? It was no wonder that Gu Shengyin was shocked. And Wei Wei could be said to be the youngest mission target she had ever encountered. However, in terms of psychological distortion and bloodthirstiness, she was undoubtedly one of the highest. However, Gu Shengyin never thought that Wei Wei would dare to kill someone. The system reminded her. She's already gone crazy. This result was within the system's calculations. She was tortured by nightmares every day, and she had a guilty conscience. Even a mentally sound adult wouldn't be able to endure it. It would be strange if Wei Wei didn't have any problems. However, the system's purpose in reminding Gu Shengyin was, host, after detection, the mission target is also driving in the direction of the host's destination after killing someone. Gu Shengyin, ignoring the fact that Wei Wei, a teenage girl, knew how to drive, wasn't this coincidence a bit too much? Gu Shengyin knew that during the period of time when a spiritual beast's transformation was, their defenses were extremely weak. In other words, there was a period of time she was defenseless against the outside world. If that was the case, it would be dangerous if she was a lunatic. Gu Shengyin frowned. She should say, as expected of the mission target. She even cause the next moment she's lin her, teat. The entire car made a huge S shape on the spot, and the friction between the car and the ground made an ear-piercing sound. The system immediately took over the responsibility of driving. Looking at the host's current state, it was too late to choose a location. Forget it, it would try its best to prevent Wei Wei from discovering the host without being discovered by the world's laws. Under the system's invisible control, the Ferrari almost reached its maximum speed. When the silver-white car finally stopped, Wei Wei, who was still covered in blood, also ran in with a crazed expression on her face from a place not far from here. There are 4 more updates today, before midnight. Mua. Asking for a vote, a tip, a mua. This world shouldn't end today. It should end tomorrow. Next story, I'm not saying cold face. Chapter 1233. Gu Shengyin was barely able to maintain a trace of clarity as she ran to the place she had chosen. At first glance, this place looked very ordinary. It was just a small hill full of grass. It couldn't even be called a beautiful scenery. But in Gu Shengyin's eyes, the spiritual energy in the entire mountain was most concentrated in this place. If there were cultivators here, they would be able to see that the spiritual energy here had even formed a faint milky white fog. The spiritual energy had turned into fog, which meant that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least average. If this place was in the cultivation world, it wouldn't be considered much. But in this world, it was already 1 in a million. At least, Gu Shengyin couldn't find a place in the entire central and southern region that had spiritual energy comparable to this place. Gu Shengyin didn't make any complicated movements. She just lay there quietly, as if she was taking a nap while basking in the sun on a normal day. But at this moment, in the eyes of the only spectator, the system, it could clearly see that the fog-like spiritual energy seemed to be following some predetermined path as it swarmed towards Gu Shengyin's small body. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. A white light flashed on the system's body. And Wei Wei was coming this way? At this moment, Wei Wei no longer looked like a delicate young miss. Her hair was dry and messy. There were blood stains on her wrinkled clothes, and she was still holding a watermelon knife tightly in her hand. The strangest thing was her gaze. It was panicked, nervous, distorted, and carried a trace of madness. This was definitely not the gaze a normal person should have. At this moment, she was walking aimlessly. But in the eyes of the system, it could clearly see that her messy footsteps were slowly approaching Gu Shengyin. The host was now at a critical stage, and Wei Wei was currently in a state where she had lost all rationality. It couldn't let her get close to the host. The white light on the system's body flashed even more urgently, and Wei Wei, who was walking forward in a daze, suddenly felt her vision go dark. She stopped in her tracks, because she realized that she had arrived at a strange place. It was too quiet here. The chirping of insects and birds that were still ringing in her ears just now were all gone. She couldn't even hear her own footsteps. It was also excessively dark here. And Wei Wei felt that her eyes had lost their usefulness. This was because everything that she could see had turned into untouchable darkness. And Wei Wei, who had been tormented by nightmares for an entire month, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. A bad premonition surged in her heart, and it turned into a display in the next moment. Suddenly, a bloody figure appeared in the dark void. It was a tabby cat. The skin on its body had already been peeled off, revealing the white meat inside, mixed with bright red blood. The blood on his body was still dripping down. And Wei Wei heard this voice clearly. Tick tick, it was the sound of blood splashing on the ground. Then, she saw the eyes of the dead tabby cat start to move. Her resentful gaze locked onto him. The bloody figure in the air walked towards An Wei Wei step by step, as if there was a path beneath it. Ah! An Wei Wei finally couldn't help but scream. She held the knife tightly in her hand and couldn't help but retreat. Chapter 12:34. However, her retreating footsteps were quickly stopped by something. Because her back bumped into something. Clearly, there was nothing behind her. And Wei Wei took a deep breath and turned her head. A puppy hung upside down in the air. Its limbs were twisted, and its eyes were dug out. It was staring at An Wei Wei with its blood-red and empty eye sockets. Ah! A shrill voice pierced the sky. The system looked at An Wei Wei, who was spinning around in panic, and watched her walk away under its guidance. It was relieved. It continued to pay attention to its host's condition. Fang Yuhan had been absent-minded all day. His mind was filled with the image of Shirley's weak appearance this morning. He didn't know how Shirley was doing. His phone suddenly rang. It was Assistant Liu, who he had asked to bring lunch for Shirley. President, Shirley isn't at home. Assistant Liu's anxious voice came from the phone. What did you say? Fang Yuhan suddenly stood up. He didn't bother with the documents on his computer. Instead, he got up and drove home. As soon as he got out of the car, he noticed that one of his cars was missing. The house was very clean. Obviously, a thief hadn't broken in. Fang Yuhan glanced at the room and dialed a number on his phone. Hello, I need to check. Yes, Long Pan Mountain in the suburbs? Thank you. Assistant Liu looked at her president in confusion. You stay here. If Shirley sneaks out to play, remember to call me when she comes back. Assistant Liu nodded and said, No problem. Fang Yuhan didn't waste any time. He drove straight to the location provided by the other party. Long Pan Mountain was such a remote suburb. How did his car end up there? He had many questions in his mind, but none of them were as important as finding Shirley. He didn't even care if he ran a red light. Fang Yuhan felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by something, and he couldn't breathe. Shirley would be fine. She would be fine. He comforted himself. Such strong and intense emotions had long surpassed the feelings he had for a pet. Fang Yuhan only spent an hour on the 1.5-hour drive to get there. The car stopped outside Long Pan Mountain, and he soon saw a familiar silver-white sports car. But there was no one inside. At a time like this, he should have called the police immediately. But for some reason, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. She told him that there was no need to call the police and that he would go into the mountains to find what he was looking for. Fang Yuhan had never had such a strong sixth sense before. He listened to his heart and slowly walked towards that part of his heart. The system, which was paying attention to the host, quickly sensed that someone had arrived. The system felt a little helpless. It knew what its host was thinking, and it was obvious that she didn't want her lover to see anything unnecessary. The system hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try and stop him. It was still the same method he used to stop An Wei Wei, an illusion. However, Fang Yuhan, who was under the illusion created by the system, did not seem to see anything. He walked straight towards the direction that was guiding him. Sensing that he was getting closer and closer, the system felt helpless. It looked at its host and said apologetically, "It's not that we didn't do anything. It's just that Uncle Duan is too powerful. Host, you'd better think about how you're going to explain this." Chapter 12:35. As Fang Yuhan walked, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around him. It was clearly an ordinary place, but it strangely made his body and mind light up. It was as if his entire body had been cleansed by something invisible. He did not know that this was because the spirit energy here was so strong that it could be sensed. However, ordinary people did not understand this. They simply felt that the air here was extra fresh, and people would feel very comfortable staying here. For example, some famous natural places were known to have good mountains, water, and air. When tourists went to those places, they could experience a comfort that they could not experience in the city. In fact, it was not the air that made them feel comfortable. What made them feel comfortable was the spirit energy contained in the ancient trees and springs that had been around for thousands of years. Fang Yuhan continued to walk forward until he reached a small hill. He stopped in his tracks. The feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Fang Yuhan seemed to have an answer. He walked towards the hillside in 2 quick steps. As expected, he saw the little white ball lying quietly on the grass on the other side of the hill. The grass was tender and green, and Shirley's small snow-white body looked extra beautiful. Fang Yuhan was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. He could see Shirley's fluffy tail sweeping from time to time. It seemed that she was fine. It was still the same intuition as before. His intuition told him that he should not disturb Shirley. Fang Yuhan did not understand why his little white dumpling was lying there and basking in the sun, but he still stopped in his tracks. After all, it was this seemingly unreliable intuition that allowed him to find Shirley so easily. Fang Yuhan had no choice but to stop and look at Shirley silently. Seeing that Shirley was safe and sound, Fang Yuhan's heart calmed down. The questions that he had thrown to the back of his mind reappeared in his mind. The car in his garage did not show any signs of being stolen. How did she get here? He had checked the doors and windows before he went out. How did Shirley get out? Also, how did Shirley get here? Why was there no trace of an outsider here? Shirley, just who was she? All these things made Fang Yuhan feel incredulous. He subconsciously looked at Shirley, who was not far in front of him. When he saw it, he was stunned for a moment. Because in his eyes, the little white ball lying on the ground was emitting a white light, just like what was described in a fantasy novel. Fang Yuhan blinked several times to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. As the white light dispersed, the small white ball suddenly began to stretch. Slowly, it condensed into the shape of a human. The light gradually dissipated, revealing the figure in front of Fang Yuhan. She had snow-white hair and an exquisite and perfect jade-like face. It was hard to tell what kind of fabric she was wearing, but the shape of her clothes was similar to the wide-sleeved robes worn by humans in ancient times. This fairy-like girl lay defenseless in front of Fang Yuhan. The calmness that Fang Yuhan had always prided himself on had completely disappeared. He felt that his worldview had been impacted. Just now, he had been here, watching helplessly. He watched as a cat turned into a human. Chapter 12:36. Before Fang Yuhan could recover from his shock, the girl lying on the ground's long, snow-white eyelashes fluttered gently. It was obvious that she was about to wake up. Fang Yuhan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He became inexplicably nervous as he held his breath and stared unblinkingly at the girl who seemed to be his Shirley. Gu Shengyin slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the clear blue sky. She raised her hand and was satisfied to see that her claws had turned into human palms. She propped herself up with her hands and sat up on the ground. Then, she looked at Fang Yuhan, who was looking at her with a complicated expression. Gu Shengyin. System, come out and explain. The system really did explain. It sent a long string of information directly into Gu Shengyin's mind and admitted that it couldn't stop Fang Yuhan. Gu Shengyin sighed. She had kept it a secret for so long, but he still found out. Fang Yuhan looked at her dark purple eyes, which were similar to Shirley's. For some reason, his heart suddenly calmed down. Shirley! He called out to Gu Shengyin tentatively. Gu Shengyin was silent for a moment before she opened her mouth and meowed. Gu Shengyin. She couldn't help it. God, how embarrassing. Fang Yuhan. It was really strange to see such a big person meowing like a cat. However, Shirley was also cute like this. With this, the sense of unfamiliarity in his heart instantly dissipated. Fang Yuhan reached out his hand to Gu Shengyin and smiled. Come, let's go home. Gu Xingyin did not move. Fang Yuhan's eyebrows twitched, but he still maintained his smile. His right hand was still stretched out in her direction, as if he would never let go until he achieved his goal. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. After a long time, she finally raised her head. She walked over to Fang Yuhan and gently placed her hand in his. Fang Yuhan's hand was warm. Gu Xingyin thought. Fang Yuhan was intrigued. He actually took the initiative to reach out and hold someone else's hand? And it was a girl. If he was seen by Assistant Liu, he would definitely show a stupid face again. However, when Fang Yuhan thought about how this was his Shirley, he felt that it was natural. Surely, we've already kissed, hugged, and raised each other up high. What's there to be afraid of? As he thought about it, Fang Yuhan felt his face heat up. When Shirley was still a little white ball, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now, she had become a human. Fang Yuhan cleared his throat and interrupted the messy thoughts in his mind. He said to Gu Xing, "Surely, you should know that we humans," he pointed at himself. "We all have black hair and black eyes. You look a little..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the other party's hair and eyelashes had turned into the same black color as his own, as if by magic. Her face was still as exquisite as before, but she didn't seem to be filled with immortal energy like before. Gu Xingyin turned her head and smiled at him. "Is this okay?" In her eyes, there was a clear and undisguised intimacy. Fang Yuhan suddenly felt his heart soften, as if it was filled with a warm and clear hot spring. Chapter 12:37. Fang Yuhan smiled. He reached out and gently stroked Gu Xingyin's soft hair. It was as if he was stroking her hair when she was still a little white ball. "Yes, my Xueli is the prettiest." He held Gu Xingyin's hand and walked back. He still had many questions in his heart, but at this moment, he only wanted to do one thing: hold this girl's hand and bring her home. The two of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. There was a figure in front of them blocking their way. It was a little girl with messy clothes. Her hair was disheveled, and she walked around aimlessly. "It's her." Fang Yuhan frowned. He still had some impression of An Weiwei. Of course, it wasn't a good impression. If he remembered correctly, this young lady from the Yin family should have been forcefully imprisoned in the villa by the Yin family because of her mental illness. Why did she suddenly appear here? Moreover, Fang Yuhan looked at her blood-stained dress and the sharp knife in her hand. Her expression was deranged. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't look like a normal person. At this moment, Fang Yuhan didn't know that An Weiwei's hands were stained with human lives. Could it be that the Yin family wasn't looking for an excuse? Was An Weiwei really crazy? Looking at her appearance, Fang Yuhan tightened his grip on the hand of the person beside him. He took out his phone and called the police. "Let's go," he said to Gu Xingyin. The two of them took a detour and distanced themselves from An Weiwei. Actually, An Weiwei couldn't see them at all. She was still immersed in her dark world filled with hatred and blood. Fang Yuhan and Gu Xingyin didn't walk slowly. Soon, they left An Weiwei far behind. Then, Gu Xingyin saw the Ferrari that she had driven out of Fang Yuhan's garage in a hurry. She lowered her head guiltily. After witnessing Gu Xingyin's transformation from a beast to a human, Fang Yuhan had a rough idea of how she had left the house and how her car had suddenly arrived at this place. Gu Xingyin knew that he would ask her, but Fang Yuhan did not say anything as he pulled her into his car. Gu Xingyin turned her head to take a look. Finally, she whispered, "That car?" The corners of Fang Yuhan's lips curled up slightly. He was clearly in a good mood. "It's fine. I've already made a call. The insurance company will send someone to drive it back." Gu Xingyin opened her mouth but did not say anything. She thought that after such a strange thing happened to her, the other party would definitely ask her about it immediately. She hadn't thought of how to answer him. However, Fang Yuhan didn't take the normal path and didn't ask anything. This made her even more nervous. No one knew what he was thinking. In contrast to her uneasiness, Fang Yuhan was very calm. He even asked her if she wanted to drink some water. Gu Xingyin didn't feel thirsty, so she shook her head and refused. This transformation had consumed a lot of Gu Xingyin's energy. She opened her eyes and looked at the scenery in front of her. As she looked, she felt a little sleepy. She was surrounded by a familiar and reliable aura. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Fang Yuhan, who had been paying attention to her, slowed down the car. Soothing light music also played in the car. He looked at Gu Shengyin, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Chapter 12:38. Gu Shengyin was woken up by Fang Yuhan. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked out of the window. She found that they had arrived at the parking lot downstairs. She was still a little confused. She rubbed her eyes, opened the car door, and walked out. Fang Yuhan naturally held her hand, and the two of them entered the elevator. Gu Shengyin looked at their intertwined hands and whispered, "Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this?" Fang Yuhan knew what she was referring to, but he pretended not to know and asked, "What about us?" Gu Sheng, this person was definitely not the cold and gentle CEO of the Fang Corporation that she knew. She stretched out her free hand and pointed to their intertwined hands. Fang Yuhan looked at her, and his expression suddenly became lonely. In the past, Shirley used to lie on my shoulder or in my palm. Now, you don't even want to hold my hand? Gu Shengyin, I'm speechless. You're a big CEO. Why do you have to make such a bitter expression? But damn it, I actually fell for it. Hence, Gu Shengyin shut his mouth and did not say another word. Of course, she did not withdraw her hand from his. Fang Yuhan laughed silently in his heart. The elevator soon arrived at the floor where Fang Yuhan's house was located. Fang Yuhan pressed the doorbell. The door was quickly opened. Assistant Lu, who had been waiting at home, immediately asked when he saw him, "Mr. President, have you found Shirley?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Shengyin behind Fang Yuhan. What a beautiful girl! This was Assistant Lu's first thought. He glanced at Gu Shengyin in shock and then looked down. He happened to see his CEO and Gu Shengyin's tightly intertwined hands. Assistant Lu. He rubbed his glasses hard. He was right. His CEO was holding a girl's hand. Before Assistant Lu recovered from this event that refreshed her cognition, she heard the cold voice of her president in her ears. "Have you seen enough? If you have, then let us in." Assistant Lu. Only then did he regain his senses and realize that he was alone at the door. As for his CEO and that unbelievably beautiful young lady, he had been keeping them outside the door since just now. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Assistant Lu jumped up at once. He hurriedly stepped aside to let his boss in. Then, his mind, which had been occupied by shock, finally began to operate freely, and he remembered what he had to do. "By the way, President, how is Shweli?" Assistant Lu followed them and asked. Fang Yuhan turned his head and glanced at Gu Shengyin, who was obediently following beside him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I've already found it." Assistant Lu was relieved and said, "It's good that you found her. Shirley is so beautiful and delicate. If she was targeted by some criminals outside, she would suffer a lot." His tone was sincere, and it was clear that he was truly worried about Shirley. Gu Shengyin felt warm in her heart. She turned to Assistant Lu and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Shweli is fine." Her voice was clear and crisp, like the first cry of a newborn oriole. It was extremely pleasant to the ear. Assistant Lu was first shocked by her appearance, and now he was captivated by her voice. He thought to himself that Fang Yuhan deserved to be his CEO. Fang Yuhan usually looked cold and indifferent. Did he really think that his CEO was not interested in women? Now it seemed that he had set his sights too high. Chapter 12:39. Although Assistant Lu had a girlfriend, she still blushed in the face of such a beautiful woman. The next second he received a warning look from his boss. Assistant Lu. Fang Yuhan was unhappy. Hearing Assistant Lu's nagging to express her care for Shirley, Su Yuning looked at Assistant Lu with a much softer look. If he didn't know that Assistant Lu couldn't know Shirley's real identity, he would have jumped up and scolded her. Fang Yuhan felt that Assistant Lu was unnecessary here. He glanced at Assistant Lu and said, "If I remember correctly, you said that you would have a candlelight dinner with your girlfriend tonight." Assistant Lu paused for a moment. Yes, he had planned to have a romantic candlelight dinner with his girlfriend tonight, and then he would have a more beautiful night by the way. However, the boss called him and asked him to come over. Assistant Lu wasn't sure if he could make it back in time. He had already sent a text message to his girlfriend to apologize. She hadn't replied to him until now. Obviously, she was a little angry. Hearing the boss's words, Assistant Lu thought for a while and suddenly understood what the boss meant. Since Shirley was fine, and the boss had brought such a beautiful woman home, wasn't it unnecessary for him to stay here? He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He could still make it. Assistant Lu was instantly full of energy and said to Fang Yuhan, "Boss, since Princess Shirley is fine, I'm relieved. I have to go back to the company to sort out some documents. I can't stay here any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a look of approval from his boss. Fang Yuhan said slowly, "For a diligent employee like Assistant Lu, her year-end bonus should be increased." Assistant Lu was overjoyed. Without further delay, he got up and left. Once again, only Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan were left in the room. Fang Yuhan slowly leaned forward and looked at Gu Xingyin without blinking. "All right, now that it's quiet and no one is disturbing us, can you explain it to me?" "Surely." Finally he came. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. If Fang Yuhan hadn't asked her, she would have been worried. In fact, ever since she got into the car, she had been thinking about how to break the news to Fang Yuhan. Along the way, she had already made her decision. Gu Xingyin turned to look at Fang Yuhan. Just as she was about to speak, Fang Yuhan spoke first. "I hope you can tell me the truth, Shueli." Gu Xingyin smiled. "I never intended to hide it from you." She began to say that she was a spiritual beast. Her first memory was when she came to this world and was brought back by Fang Yuhan, bit by bit. Other than the final outcome of the spiritual beast, she had told Fang Yuhan everything. However, Fang Yuhan frowned. His intuition told him that Shirley wasn't lying to him. But she was definitely hiding something from him. Intuition was a very mysterious thing. However, both times, his intuition about Shirley had been surprisingly accurate, so Fang Yuhan had no choice but to believe it. He looked at Gu Xingyin, who was sitting opposite him on the sofa, indicating that she had said everything. He said with certainty, "You're still hiding something from me." "Gu Xingyin, how did you know?" She quickly asked the system. Did Fang Yuhan also cheat? Chapter 1240. The system gave a definite negative answer. How could he be so sure? Gu Xingyin looked up and met Fang Yuhan's burning gaze. She sighed and said, "Yes, there's one more thing that I haven't told you." Fang Yuhan listened attentively. Gu Xingyin said, "I can only stay in this world for 3 years. Now 1 year has passed." Fang Yuhan's body trembled. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you mean you can only stay for 3 years?" Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I don't know. This is what my inherited memory tells me. I'm a creature that doesn't belong to this world." When she said this, she had secretly changed the concept. After all, if one followed her words and thought about it, most people would only think that she might return to her original world in 3 years. She would not die. However, even if she did not die, Fang Yuhan felt that he could not accept the fact that she could only stay by his side for 2 more years. He was silent for a while and said, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Gu Xingyin thought for a while and said, "No." Suppressing the dragon vein was not an easy task. After she exhausted her spiritual power and cultivation, her chances of survival were almost 0. Fang Yuhan did not say anything. The atmosphere in the room was obviously dull. After a long time, just when Gu Xingyin felt that she was about to fall asleep, Fang Yuhan suddenly moved. He got up and walked to Gu Xingyin's side. "Shirley." He bent down and called her. Gu Xingyin looked up at him in confusion. The next moment, her lips were covered by something warm. It was a light kiss. Gu Xingyin looked up at him in shock. "What are you doing?" Fang Yuhan looked at her warmly. "I just thought about it. Since I only have 2 years, I should make good use of it and not leave any regrets in my life." He bent down and supported the sofa behind Gu Xingyin with his hand. "Shirley, are you willing to date me?" Enveloped by the familiar aura, Gu Xingyin felt a little dizzy. However, she still maintained a trace of clarity. "Are you crazy? We won't have any results." Fang Yuhan continued, "But I can have memories. Surely in 2 years, at least when I'm old, I'll have countless beautiful memories." He lowered his eyes and looked at Gu Xingyin. His eyes seemed to be filled with fragmented light. Instead of living in fear for 2 whole years and not being able to get what I wanted. Gu Xingyin's heart wavered. She looked down and asked the system, "System, what do you think I should do now?" At this moment, the only person she could confide in was the system. A white light flashed from the system. "Host, if you leave this world in 2 years, can you accept your lover falling in love with another woman?" Gu Shengyin, although I don't want to admit that I'm selfish, I can't tolerate it. "Host, even if you don't agree to be with him, do you think your lover will feel better after you leave, or will he suffer the same pain after you leave?" Gu Shengyin, based on her understanding of the system, it was probably the latter. The system concluded, "Host, what do you think you should choose?" Gu Shengyin wondered if the system was a spy sent by her lover. However, she couldn't deny that the system's analysis made sense. She thought for a moment and made a decision. Chapter 1241. She raised her head. Fang Yuhan was still in his previous position. The two of them were very close. When she raised her head, she could even feel his breathing. His gaze was calm, as if nothing could make this man show any hesitation. However, only Fang Yuhan himself knew exactly how nervous he was in his heart at that moment. His hand, which was resting on the sofa behind Gu Shengyin, had already sunk deep into the sofa. He used so much force that his knuckles hurt, but Fang Yuhan didn't care. Only this pain could make him feel the reality of the person in front of him. He looked at the person under him as she raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. His heart suddenly leaped into his throat. He knew that she already had her answer. Then her face came closer and closer to him. Something warm touched her left cheek gently. He was stunned when he saw the person in front of him smile like a flower. "In that case, as you wish." As soon as Gu Shengyin said this, she felt a pair of strong arms wrap around her body. This hug was warm and strong. It gave her a sense of security. Gu Shengyin couldn't help but reach out and wrap her arms around his shoulders. They were so close together that she could clearly feel the man's heartbeat. It was urgent and strong. It showed that he wasn't as calm as he looked. Then he let go of her. She was pulled up by the man. "What are you doing?" She was a little confused. Fang Yuhan's face was filled with pure joy and anticipation. "Of course, we're doing what couples should do." Gu Shengyin was pulled out of the door. This was the first time for Shirley in this world. It was also the first time for Fang Yuhan. They went to the most famous couple park, watched a tear-jerking emotional movie, and even had a romantic candlelit dinner. The sky was completely dark. The two of them weren't in a hurry. They walked slowly on the overpass in the cool evening wind. Gu Shengyin raised her head. The sky was filled with bright stars. Not far away, there were thousands of lights. Beside her was the man who had always been by her side. "Are you cold?" Fang Yuhan hurriedly asked when he saw her suddenly stop. Gu Shengyin shook her head. It was just that she had a sudden change of heart. Originally, she had accepted her fate and was prepared to wait for the 2 years to come. Then, she would follow the original plot and use herself to suppress the dragon vein. Then, she would complete the mission of this world and move on to the next world. However, when she saw Fang Yuhan like this, she couldn't bear to part with him. If she left in 2 years, what would happen to him? Would he be alone in this world, waiting for death? Or would he be in so much pain that he wished he was dead? Gu Shengyin couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. This man could really do such a thing. She knew that they would meet again. But no matter what happened in the next life, what happened in this life? She couldn't disregard Fang Yuhan's feelings just because the two of them had reunited countless times. Fang Yuhan was different from her. To Fang Yuhan, this life was his everything. She wanted to change. She didn't want to silently walk towards her destiny. The original plot only said that the spiritual beast was needed to suppress the dragon vein. It didn't say that the spiritual beast had to pay with its life. Chapter 1242. Fang Yuhan didn't know what she was thinking. He reached out and held Gu Shengyin's hands. After confirming that she wasn't cold, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shengyin looked at his actions and felt a warmth in her heart. It was as if a warm iron had been applied to her heart. Such a gentle and careful man, how could she bear to let him suffer such a thing? She made up her mind in her heart. "Let's go home," she said. Fang Yuhan nodded and agreed. From that day onwards, Fang Yuhan's family began to change. In fact, there wasn't much difference. However, ever since Assistant Lu came once, he quietly reduced the number of times he came to his boss's house. This was because there were traces of the female owner. If his boss was alone, he could come as he pleased. After all, there was nothing to be worried about as two men. However, if there was a lady boss, he still had to be careful. Thinking of the girl he saw that day, Assistant Lu thought to himself, "That girl looks so young. I wonder if she's an adult." As expected of the CO, he acted so quickly. Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan lived their sweet lives. Fang Yuhan had to go to work every day, but Gu Xingyin didn't. She began to go to various legendary places deep in the mountains and forests to see the scenery. She also often went to some famous Buddhist temples and Taoist sects to observe. Fang Yuhan knew that she was different from ordinary humans, so he didn't control her. He only told her to be careful. On this day, Gu Xingyin was listening to a master's lecture in a temple when the system gave her a notification. "Host, the mission target has committed suicide." Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. And Wei Wei hadn't been doing well these days. After they left, Fang Yuhan called the police. The police didn't have to put in much effort to catch An Wei Wei, who was already mentally unstable. Murder was a serious crime. However, An Wei Wei was still underage and her condition didn't seem normal. The police thought that she was pretending to be mentally unstable to avoid being charged, so they hired a professional doctor to examine her. After that, they confirmed that there was indeed something wrong with An Wei Wei's mind. After such a thing happened, the An family was completely disappointed in her. They no longer cared about her and sent her directly to the mental hospital. At most, he would just throw in some money every month and let her fend for herself. It was easy to imagine how life in the mental hospital was like. However, what tormented An Wei Wei the most was not this, but the endless nightmares. As soon as she closed her eyes, the animals she had once killed would drag their bloody bodies to her. Even if they were crazy, they would not let her go. In the end, An Wei Wei was found dead in the ward by the nurse in charge of her early one morning. It was suicide. She somehow tore the sheets apart, tied them together, and hung them from the windowsill. It was said that her death was extremely gruesome. When she died, she was actually smiling. After listening to the system's explanation, Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment before asking, "Did you do it?" The system gave a negative answer. "My illusion lasted until the police caught An Wei Wei." In other words, An Wei Wei's nightmares and the malicious ghosts that she thought were coming for her life were just her own imagination. In the end, she still lost her life because of this. Disasters from the heavens can be avoided, but disasters from one's own doing cannot be avoided. Chapter 1243. A year had passed. There was still half a year left before the incident in the original plot. Fang Yuhan was almost obedient to Gu Xingyin. Since a year ago, he had stopped working overtime. Every day, he would finish his work and go home to accompany Gu Xingyin. The two of them often traveled to various places. Fang Yuhan never avoided letting others know about his relationship. The entire Fang Corporation knew that the CEO had a girlfriend who loved him more than anything else. Everyone in the business circle in City S also knew that the head of the Fang Corporation, who had never been close to women, had fallen in love. Gu Xingyin's appearance had also been seen by others. Those people were amazed by her beauty, but they could not find any information about her in private. They all thought that it was because Fang Yuhan was secretly protecting her. Little did they know that spiritual beasts did not belong to this world. How could they possibly find out anything about them? Those people could not find any information about Gu Xingyin. They only thought that the Fang Corporation was so powerful that they were even more afraid of the Fang Corporation. On this day, Gu Xingyin was playing with a very small seal in her hand. Fang Yuhan looked at it and felt that the seal was very simple. There were mysterious runes engraved on it. It seemed to be a good item. "What is this?" He took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie. Then, he sat down next to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin did not avoid him. She said, "I found this in the mountains." Fang Yuhan did not ask further. He knew some of Shirley's hobbies. "Oh right, I plan to take a long vacation. We can go out and have fun, Fang Yuhan said. Long vacation? Gu Xingyin paused. How long do you have? Fang Yuhan's expression did not change as he said, I'm not sure yet. The company's plan for the first half of the year has been completed. We have also just negotiated a cooperation with a foreign company. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. I can rest for at least a few months. Gu Shengyin sighed. Fang Yuhan put his arm around her shoulder from behind. Didn't you say you were going to see the snow mountain last time? I can go with you. Gu Shengyin broke into a smile and looked very happy. She threw herself into Fang Yuhan's arms and said, Oh, since you have such a long vacation, let's visit the Great Snow Mountain and then go on a pilgrimage. Fang Yuhan lowered his head and looked at her lovingly. Okay, you can go anywhere you want. I'll accompany you. Gu Shengyin buried her face in Fang Yuhan's chest and slowly stopped smiling. A few months of vacation? How could the person in charge of such a large corporation have so much free time? Moreover, these few months should be half a year, right? This man was really, she couldn't say anything that would dampen his mood. She could only hug him even harder. In a place where Gu Shengyin couldn't see, Fang Yuhan's eyes also became sad. Half a year. There was only half a year left for him and Shirley to spend together. The two of them were well aware of this, but they didn't say it out loud. They both knew, and they cherished each other. When the people in the Fang Corporation knew that their president was going to take such a long break, they all wondered if he was going to get married and go on a honeymoon with his wife. On behalf of all the employees in the secretary's office, Assistant Lu also gave Fang Yuhan their blessings. When Fang Yuhan heard his assistant's words of blessings for the two of them, he simply thanked her. Thank you for your blessings. When I come back, if that day comes, all of you will get a year-end bonus. Chapter 1244. When Assistant Lu heard her boss's words, she left happily. From his point of view, a raise in salary was something that was already set in stone. He decided to tell his colleagues the good news later. However, he did not know that after he left, the smile on his boss's face completely disappeared. Fang Yuhan had never wanted to give his employees a year-end bonus so much. The next moment his phone rang. The image that lit up on the screen was the image that he had imprinted in the deepest part of his heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Surely, after hanging up the phone, he walked home with a relaxed smile. In the last 6 months, he wanted to leave a memory with no regrets between the two of them. In this way, even if Shirley really left this place, he would still be able to keep a little bit of her belongings. The snowy mountains, the sacred places, diving, and even the primeval forests. The two of them were going crazy. For half a year, they walked through all the famous scenic spots, kissed, and took photos. These antiques that had been silent for thousands of years silently witnessed the love between the two of them. Then the 6 months were up. The two of them tacitly bought plane tickets home. How much longer? Fang Yuhan asked. Gu Xingyin calculated the days. It seemed that there were only a few days left. She shook her head and said, I don't know the exact date. She did not have the heart to tell him. In fact, this was the truth. Because he did not know the exact time, Fang Yuhan still felt lucky. What if there was no such thing? Perhaps Shirley would not leave him? He still did not go to work. The two of them did not tell anyone that they were back, nor did they go anywhere. Fang Yuhan spent every day at home with Gu Shengyin. He did not dare to take his eyes off her. He was afraid that if he blinked, she would disappear. On this day, the two of them hugged each other and watched a movie. Suddenly, they felt a strong vibration. Earthquake? Fang Yuhan quickly got up and pulled Gu Shengyin downstairs. However, the vibration only lasted for a few seconds before it returned to normal. But to be safe, Fang Yuhan still held Gu Shengyin's hand and ran downstairs. Not only them, but many other residents also ran out of their houses. In his panic, Fang Yuhan did not forget to comfort Gu Shengyin. Don't be afraid, Shirley. It's okay. Gu Shengyin gently shook her head, indicating that she was not afraid. Only she knew what had happened. An earthquake of unknown origin swept through half of the country. Fortunately, it did not cause any damage on the surface. The news even used a celebratory tone to report this matter. But everyone rejoiced too early. This was because this earthquake did not damage anything on the surface, but it damaged the terrain of the Dragon Coil mountain range. A perfectly intact dragon vein was forcefully severed from the neck. Nothing was happening right now. But Gu Shengyi knew that floods, droughts, and snowstorms would soon follow. It will slowly happen in this country. By the time some of the government agencies finally started to pay attention to it, a long time had already passed. Furthermore, the dragon vein was broken, and there was no way to undo it. In the original plot, it was because An Weiwei killed the spiritual beast. In this world, this country suffered huge losses because of the dragon vein. That was why Gu Shengyin came to complete the mission and turn the situation around. Chapter 1245. I want to eat hot pot tonight. Gu Shengyin lay lazily on the sofa. Her long snow-white hair slid down the sofa cushion to the ground like a piece of fine silk. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Because Fang Yuhan loved to see her with snow-white hair and purple eyes, Gu Shengyin would remove her disguise when they were alone at home. Okay, I'll go buy some ingredients. Fang Yuhan looked at her lovingly and smiled. Shirley, who was in her human form, leaned lazily on the sofa. Her big eyes were half closed, and her long and curly eyelashes drooped quietly. Seeing that Gu Shengyin had no intention of going with him, Fang Yuhan got up and said, "What a lazy little thing." Gu Shengyin snorted softly to show her dissatisfaction. Fang Yuhan went out. When the tall and straight figure left, the figure who was still half lying on the sofa instantly put away the careless look on his face. All of a sudden, her figure blurred and she disappeared from the room. At the same time, in an extremely secluded mountain, an uninvited guest arrived at a quaint and solemn Taoist temple. As soon as Fang Yuhan arrived at the door with his things, the door automatically opened from the inside. Looking at Gu Shengyin, who was still lazily lying on the sofa, Fang Yuhan said helplessly, "What if someone else came? Wouldn't you give them a fright?" Gu Shengyin glanced at him lazily and said, "If it were someone else, I wouldn't open the door for them." Fang Yuhan was speechless. Well, when it came to bickering, he had never won against her. He smiled resignedly and went to the kitchen to wash the ingredients. Gu Shengyin quietly watched his back. She didn't look away when he walked around the living room and entered the kitchen. It was as if she could still see him through the wall. She didn't help because this man had always treated her like the delicate and fragile little Princess Shirley. He didn't let her touch these things at all. Even though she had been in human form for 2 years, even though Fang Yuhan knew that she was much stronger than he had imagined. However, he was still willing to take care of her and not let her be burdened by the hardships of life. The soup for the hot pot had been prepared a long time ago, so it did not take Fang Yuhan long to prepare it. The two of them happily finished their dinner and went for a walk. Finally, they snuggled up together and watched a movie. After a while, Gu Shengyin said that she was sleepy. Fang Yuhan looked at her in amusement. Although she had turned into a human, Shirley still maintained the habits of a psychic beast, and sleepiness was one of them. He had teased her about this matter before, but Gu Shengyin refuted him confidently. She was still in the growth stage. For spiritual beasts that had yet to reach adulthood, there was nothing more important than sleeping. Because of this sentence, during the 2 years that she had been in her human form, the two of them had slept on the same bed. However, Fang Yuhan had never done anything to her that he shouldn't have done. She was not an adult yet, so Fang Yuhan did not want to hurt her. Fang Yuhan was almost obedient to her. Gu Shengyin said that she was sleepy. Okay, Fang Yuhan did not say anything else. The two of them turned off the TV, washed up, and went to sleep. Fang Yuhan felt extra sleepy tonight. Not long after he got on the bed, his consciousness fell into a deep, dark dream. In the dream, he was wearing a well-ironed groom's suit and presenting the ring in his hand to the well-dressed bride beside him. Chapter 1246. Gu Shengyin sat up and quietly looked at the man with peaceful eyes in the dark. His expression was relaxed, and it was obvious that he was having a pleasant dream. She gently leaned over and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. "I hope everything goes well." She was like a gust of wind, suddenly disappearing from this room filled with the aura of the two people. At this time, the cold stars and the cold moon were hanging high in the sky, and a white figure stood on the high mountain peak. Such a scene, in the eyes of outsiders, might seem like a young man who claimed to be artistic climbed up the mountain in the middle of the night to wait for the sunrise. Gu Shengyin stood on the highest peak of the Dragon Coil mountain range and looked down at the surrounding terrain. The mountains were steep, and they were tightly connected to each other, forming the largest mountain range in the world. This was a natural wonder, but somewhere, it felt a little out of place. Yes, out of place. Ordinary people couldn't see the knack of it, and would only feel that it didn't look as natural and comfortable as other places. But in Gu Shengyin's eyes, the scene presented was completely different. Her dark purple eyes seemed to be covered with a faint layer of mist, and the mountain range in front of her was clearly a huge dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. But this huge dragon, which was supposed to be mighty and domineering, looked very dispirited at this time. The huge dragon head fell to the ground with a thud, and it had completely lost its former fierceness. Under its dragon head, there was an extremely wide crack that was visible to the naked eye. It cut down from the inside to the outside, almost cutting off the entire dragon's head and body. It was a ghastly sight. This dragon vein that had protected this country for hundreds of years had suffered the greatest damage since it was born. The dragon vein was connected to the country's fate. Now that the dragon vein had suffered such a damage, it was imaginable what kind of great damage this country would suffer in the future. Gu Shengyin withdrew her gaze. She remembered the man who was sleeping soundly in bed before she set off. In the past 2 years, she had been preparing for both sides. But after all, she didn't have the confidence to guarantee that she would come back, so she hadn't told him. Her body began to emit a faint white light. The radiance dissipated in the air like specks of fireflies. It was very beautiful. The light drifted away from Gu Shengyin's body, but it didn't disappear into the air. Instead, it seemed to be guided by something and drifted toward the dying dragon vein, sinking into the wound on its neck. The dragon vein seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly opened its eyes that were shining with golden light and looked at Gu Shengyin. Gu Shengyin smiled at her, and the radiance on her body became even more intense. The light was her cultivation, her body, and her true spirit. Using his body to suppress them. It was a complete sacrifice. Slowly, Gu Shengyin's body became a little blurry, and the light became more and more, brighter and brighter. If Gu Shengyin could still see, she would discover that the wound on the dragon's body had begun to heal slowly. Its withered eyes were also glowing with a new light. She couldn't maintain her human form anymore. The small ball of white light on the top of the mountain overshadowed the cold moonlight in the sky and became the only light on the top of the mountain. A gust of wind blew. The small ball of light seemed to be startled. It suddenly shattered and silently dissipated in the air. No one knew. Chapter 1247. Fang Yuhan woke up with a smile on his face. This dream could be said to be the greatest wish of his life. No, it was so sweet that he didn't even dare to think about it. Out of habit, he reached out to touch his side. His hands were cold. Fang Yuhan, who was still in a daze, immediately woke up. He opened his eyes, sat up, and stared blankly at the empty space beside him. Without hesitation, he got up and opened the door. There was no one in the living room, the sink, or the bathroom. He couldn't find that person anywhere. His heart began to ache as if it was being strangled by an invisible existence. Fang Yuhan forced himself to calm down. He took out his phone and dialed a number. A familiar ringtone sounded from his room. He walked into the room happily, but all he saw was a lonely phone lying under his pillow. The blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. It was already dawn outside, and the morning sun was refracting through the window. However, Fang Yuhan felt as if he had fallen into a cold darkness, and he could no longer be saved. Last night's dream was so beautiful, but when he woke up, reality was so cold. Fang Yuhan stood there expressionlessly as if he had suddenly lost his target. He didn't know what to do at this time. He just stood there in a daze as if he had lost his life. A familiar voice sounded from the room. "Yuhan, by the time you hear this, I should have returned to my own world." Fang Yuhan immediately came back to his senses and quickly grabbed the phone under his pillow. Shirley's voice was automatically played from the phone. "I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. But don't be too sad. I've found a way to return to your side, but it's a little difficult. It might take a little longer. You must wait for me. One day, Shirley will return to your side. When the time comes, I hope to have a grand wedding with Yuhan. The voice message ended. Fang Yuhan looked at the screen that lit up and then went dark again. Gradually, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart because of her words. Would she come back? With trembling hands, he repeated the words over and over again. For 2 whole days, he did nothing but lie in bed and listen to Gu Xingyin's words on his phone. 2 days later, he got up, dressed neatly, shaved, and went to the barber shop to fix his hair. Then, he drove to work with a cold expression. It was no different from before. No, there were still some. Everyone in the Fang Corporation felt that their CEO had become colder than before. In the past, the CEO only looked cold. But now, standing beside him, she felt like she was going to get frostbitten. Unlike others, Assistant Lu, who had the most contact with Fang Yuhan, was a little worried. He knew that the CEO had a lover whom he treasured like a treasure. The CEO had even taken half a year off in order to travel with her. Assistant Lu thought they were going to get married. However, half a year later, when the CEO reappeared, the young lady was no longer by his side. Then he thought about the drastic change in his CEO's temperament. Assistant Lu had to think more. Did they break up because of a conflict? But looking at the CEO's expression, it was obvious that he was deeply in love with that young lady and would grant her every request. Which woman wouldn't like such a fine and expressive man? Then, Assistant Lu thought of a more terrible possibility. Chapter 1248. Since the president became like this, was it possible that the young lady had already? Assistant Lu took a deep breath. He was shocked by his own conjecture, but he vaguely felt that this was more likely to be the truth than a breakup. He carefully opened the door of the president's office and looked at the president, who was sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on the company's affairs. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask. In the end, Fang Yuhan's gaze shifted from the screen. He asked faintly, "What can I do for you?" Assistant Lu panicked. He stared at the president's oppressive eyes and asked, "Why haven't I seen Shirley recently?" After saying this, Assistant Lu felt great. Look at how witty I am. But at that moment, he felt that the president's aura became colder. Assistant Lu felt that the president raised his head and stared at him coldly. Then the president said coldly, "Shirley is sick. I won't take her out for a while." As soon as he heard that Shirley was sick, Assistant Lu immediately became nervous. He hurriedly asked, "Is Shirley sick? Is it serious? Can I go and see her?" Fang Yuhan's expression remained cold. "No need. I'll bring her out when she recovers." Assistant Lu sighed regretfully, but he knew that the president was a man of his word. If the president said that he couldn't see Shirley, he couldn't even enter the door. After work, he went home and opened the door. The room was cold and silent. Fang Yuhan turned on the light, and the whole house was empty. Before he met Shirley, he had never felt like this. After he met Shirley, the whole house was full of vitality. Only after she left did he know what despair was. He slowly sat down on the sofa. He relaxed himself and nestled on the sofa in a very comfortable position. This was Shirley's favorite position. He pretended that she was still by his side. He didn't want to eat or move. He closed his eyes and fell into a dream on the sofa, which still had Shirley's scent. Only in dreams could he have a moment of peace and joy. A month had passed. He was not afraid of waiting. As long as Shirley could come back, what was a month? Even if he had to wait for a year or 10 years. As long as she could come back. As long as he was still alive. He could continue to wait. He had once wondered if Shirley was lying to him. She was never going to come back, but she was lying to him that she would. But as soon as such a thought appeared, he subconsciously extinguished it. Shirley wouldn't lie to her. Since she had promised him, she would definitely come back. Another 2 months passed. The employees of the Fang Corporation were already used to their CEO's indifference. They went from trembling in fear to being used to it. Anyway, as long as she worked hard, the CEO would only be a little cold and would not make trouble for no reason. One day, Fang Yuhan was about to get off work when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mr. Fang?" "I am, and you are?" "Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Fengxing Express. Here is a package for you. Is it convenient for you to sign for it? Fang Yuhan frowned. He hadn't bought anything on the internet. You've got the wrong person. The courier paused for a moment, then read out his address and phone number word by word. Fang Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. This was his private number, and not many people knew about it. Who would send him something? Chapter 1249. Fang Yuhan drove home. At the door of his house, he saw a delivery man in a uniform. The residents who lived in this area were either rich or powerful, and the package was insured. The delivery man didn't dare to leave the package casually. If it was really something valuable, he might not be able to afford it with a year's salary. Thank you. Fang Yuhan glanced at the package. It was indeed addressed to him. He gave the delivery man an extra tip, and the delivery man left happily. When he opened the door, Fang Yuhan didn't feel sad immediately. Instead, he focused on the package in his hand. He was a little nervous, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation lingered in his heart. Fang Yuhan carefully cut the package with scissors and slowly opened the huge cardboard box with both hands. The contents of the box caught his eye. With one glance, Fang Yuhan felt as if something was blocking his eyes. The little white ball that he was so familiar with was caught off guard and crashed into his eyes. Fang Yuhan's hands trembled. He slowly reached his hand in and carefully held her out. Shirley, he called out softly. The little white ball looked at him curiously with her big, dark purple eyes. There was curiosity and intimacy in her eyes, but there was no admiration that he was familiar with. This familiar yet unfamiliar Shirley made Fang Yuhan's excited heart instantly turn cold. At this moment, he noticed that there was a letter in the alley. Fang Yuhan held the confused Shirley in one hand and picked up the letter with the other. He opened it. There was beautiful calligraphy inside, and it explained some things in detail. It was completely different from what Shirley had told him. She didn't return to her own world. Instead, she went to save countless people in this country, back a few months ago. Gu Shengyin came alone to a Taoist temple that was isolated from the rest of the world. She used the seal in her hand in exchange for all the cultivation of the 3 respected elders in the Taoist temple. I want to live. After explaining her intentions, she said this to them. The person in front of them might lose her life in order to save the entire country. In her hand, she held the seal that had been lost for thousands of years. The 3 elders had no way of refusing either of these 2 requests. What Gu Shengyin meant was that the moment her true spirit was annihilated, the 3 elders would sacrifice all of their cultivation to perform a ritual for her and snatch that slim chance of survival from the jaws of death. This was a very risky approach. In the end, it was very likely that the 3 elders would lose their cultivation and Gu Shengyin would not be able to come back to life. However, they didn't expect that the dragon vein, which had received great kindness from Gu Shengyin, would open its mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar in the instant that Gu Shengyin's true spirit was annihilated. At that moment, many people in Jingdo heard the sound of rolling thunder in their sleep. The dragon vein acted and protected the last bit of Gu Shengyin's true spirit. After that, Gu Shengyin's true spirit began to cultivate under the protection of the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the place with the densest spiritual energy and providence in the entire country. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a year. However, the dragon vein was favored by the heavenly Tao. If it wasn't willing, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, they wouldn't dare to forcefully snatch it. The resentment of hundreds of millions of people wasn't something that a single cultivator could bear. Even so, Gu Shengyin stayed in the dragon vein for a full 3 months before she managed to cultivate her true body again. Chapter 1250. However, she had only returned to her true body. The dissipation of one's true spirit was a very serious matter. Gu Shengyin, who had regained her life, had completely forgotten her past. Her personality was similar to that of an uncivilized little beast. The 3 elders of the Taoist temple personally came to take Gu Shengyin back. According to their previous agreement, they wrote down the ins and outs of the entire incident and sent it to Fang Yuhan, along with Gu Shengyin. Fang Yuhan silently read the entire letter. He was angry and heartbroken. She was clearly a child, a little beast that had yet to reach adulthood, yet she had to bear such a huge responsibility. She even lied to him and said that she was going back. Did she not think about what would happen if she didn't come back and was left alone? Was she going to wait here foolishly for someone who would never come back? Fang Yuhan's eyes were about to burst into flames as he stared at the little white ball in his hand. He was so angry that he wanted to hit her twice. However, the little white ball, who had lost her memories, could not understand his feelings. She simply opened her big eyes and looked curiously at the human in front of her. This human had a very familiar aura. She couldn't help but want to get closer to him. Looking at the little white ball who wanted to stick to him, the anger in Fang Yuhan's heart completely turned into a puddle of spring water. His hands had already uncontrollably lifted her body and smoothed her fur very naturally. The little beast in his hand hummed as if she was very comfortable. From time to time, she would swing her furry tail as if to express her satisfaction. She was really a little sin sent by the heavens to torture him, Fang Yuhan thought to himself. However, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Even if it was a sin, it belonged to him alone. A sweet sin. The system silently stood to the side and looked at the man and the beast. The host had chosen her own path this time. In order to comply with the heavens, the system could not make an exception and wake the host up. It could only wait for the host to recover her memories in this life. She might return to normal tomorrow after sleeping. It was also possible that she could only be like this for the rest of her life. The employees of the Fang Corporation felt that spring had arrived. The president became inexplicably gentle again. When Assistant Lu went to work in the morning, she met Fang Yuhan, who happened to come to work. She greeted him as usual. Such a greeting was usually met with a cold nod. However, this time, Fang Yuhan actually smiled and said, "Good morning." Assistant Lu. He hurriedly looked at the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It's normal. The sun rises from the east. Fang Yuhan looked at his stupid assistant and sneered in disdain. He did not want to talk to him at all. There was a rustling sound in his pocket. It seemed that the little guy had woken up. Sitting alone in the office, Fang Yuhan placed Shirley in his pocket on the sofa and got up to open the window. Outside was a bright blue sky, and the warm sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel comfortable and couldn't help but smile. On the sofa cushion was the person he loved the most in his life. Even if she could never become a human again, Fang Yuhan would not mind. He was already satisfied that the heavens had sent her to his side once again. When Fang Yuhan turned around, he was stunned. The man, who had always been calm and composed, looked at the white-haired woman on the sofa. After being stunned for a moment, tears fell from his eyes. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. "Yuhan, I'm back." Chapter 1251. The president was getting married. All the employees of the Fang Corporation received the news. Everyone was happy, because the president said that everyone would get a year-end bonus. While everyone was happy, Assistant Lu was also very happy. However, while he was happy, he also had a small doubt in his heart. Previously, the president and his wife. Yes, at this time, the president's wife was already the president's wife. The two of them went out to have fun, but only the president came back. And from then on, the CEO rose from a freezer to a moving iceberg. He once wondered if the president's wife had an accident. Now, a few months had passed and the president's wife was back. So, the president was once again under her care. So, the president and his wife must have had a conflict at that time, right? When he told his girlfriend about his guess, she gave him a look of disdain. "So, what does this have to do with you?" Assistant Lu was stunned. Yes, thinking so much, what did this have to do with him? Assistant Lu, who was suddenly enlightened, happily received an invitation from his boss and took his girlfriend to the wedding banquet. Fang Yuhan was very attentive to this wedding. From the location and environment to the decorations of the priest, he personally asked about everything big or small. He had promised Shirley that when she came back, he would definitely prepare a grand wedding for her. He would do his best to give her the most perfect wedding. Without a doubt, such a wedding was very rare, even in the recognized upper-class circle. Many people talked about it, saying that the head of the Fang Corporation must love his wife very much. From the wedding, one could tell if a man was very attentive to his wife. Fang Yuhan had prepared this wedding with his heart, not to mention his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had prepared it with his heart. Gu Xingyin's wedding dress was specially designed for the royal family of Country Y. A master designer had tailor-made it for her at a cost of tens of millions. Not to mention the other small diamonds on the crown on her head, the sapphire in the center of the crown alone was worth 9 figures. It was said that President Fang had spent all his fortune on his wife. Many guests at the wedding said that it was not worth it. However, most of the noble women were secretly envious of the breathtakingly beautiful bride on the high platform. To be able to receive such wholehearted love from her husband as a woman, this Madame Fang was enough to receive the envy of most women. Fang Yuhan held Gu Xingyin's hand, and the two of them walked up to the priest. Under the witness of the gods and all the guests, they became husband and wife. From then on, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, or the passage of time, they would be one, sharing honor and disgrace, loving each other until they grew old. Fang Yuhan gently slipped the ring on Gu Xingyin's middle finger. The guests present burst into warm applause. Fang Yuhan gently wrapped his arm around Gu Xingyin's waist and leaned over to kiss her lips. Today, the person I love the most in my life finally belongs to me. Today, the greatest wish of my life has been perfectly realized. Thank the heavens for bestowing upon me such a unique treasure. Chapter 1252. Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan lived a happy life, even though they never had a child. After all, Gu Xingyin's body was left with irreparable damage. For example, her lifespan was limited. For example, she could not conceive. However, these were nothing to Fang Yuhan. As long as she was by his side, nothing else mattered. For Gu Xingyin, having children was a matter of convenience. Mortals had children because they needed to pass down their legacies. She was essentially an immortal existence. Unlike some intelligent creatures, she was not obsessed with the continuation of her descendants. As for her lifespan, she did not care about it. If her lifespan was shorter, she could die with Fang Yuhan. For her, it was much better than being alone in this world. After this world ended, Gu Xingyin quickly started the next world's mission. When she woke up, she was lying comfortably in a huge hot spring with her eyes closed. Someone was rubbing her back gently from behind. Gu Xingyin did not open her eyes. Instead, she began to receive the memories of this world. Princess Yongle, Su Baochen, was the only sister of Emperor Longqing. She was the youngest daughter of the Empress Dowager. When she was born, Emperor Longqing, who was still the crown prince, had already had a son. The late emperor and the Empress Dowager loved their daughter. Emperor Longqing also paid close attention to his younger sister, who was younger than his son. Since she was young, Princess Yongle had been able to do whatever she wanted in the imperial harem. After the late emperor passed away, her brother ascended the throne. After her mother became the Empress Dowager, she became even more powerful. She was the only sister of the emperor, the beloved daughter of the Empress Dowager, and the emperor personally conferred her the title of Princess Royal. In the entire imperial harem, except for the Empress Dowager, even the empress had to curry favor with this precious sister-in-law. In terms of nobility, Princess Yongle, Su Baochen, was the pinnacle of women. In terms of beauty, the Su royal family had always been known for their beauty. Su Baochen was a rare beauty among beauties. The dazzling Princess Royal was someone all the noble ladies in the Qing kingdom wanted to curry favor with. As for those noble families, all of them secretly warned their direct descendants to know how to win the favor of the eldest princess. In this dynasty, there was no such thing as a son-in-law not being able to enter the court. If anyone was lucky enough to marry the eldest princess, even if he was an idiot, the emperor would give him a noble status for the sake of his sister. Eldest Princess Yongle had naturally developed an arrogant personality under such an environment and pampering. However, being arrogant and willful was one thing, but she had the capital to do so. At least, after reading the memories of the original Gu Xingyin, he knew that although Su Baochen was a little arrogant, she wasn't a bad person and wouldn't do anything to harm others. Moreover, in the original world, the Tianlong dynasty, which was the neighbor of the Qing dynasty, sent an envoy to ask for the hand of their emperor. The other party was the emperor of a country. Naturally, The Qing kingdom could not casually use the daughter of an official to brush him off. However, the princesses of the current dynasty had already been married off. The only one left was the 17-year-old eldest Princess Yongle. Eldest Princess Yongle could refuse. Emperor Longqing also couldn't bear to part with his sister, who was more important than his own daughter. However, eldest Princess Yongle knew that being on good terms with the Tianlong dynasty was a very good thing for the Qing kingdom. Chapter 1253. The Qing kingdom valued agriculture, but the Tianlong dynasty valued martial arts. In the whole continent, the Sky Dragon dynasty was the strongest, and their weapons were also the most advanced. The messenger of the Tianlong dynasty once said that if the Qing kingdom was willing to be on good terms with the Tianlong dynasty, they would give the most advanced weapons as a betrothal gift. The Tianlong dynasty was very sincere. The eldest Princess Yongle knew the significance of these drawings. They could even improve the Qing kingdom's martial arts. She knelt in front of her brother without hesitation, expressing her willingness to go to the Qing kingdom. Emperor Longqing was an emperor after all. In front of his country, no matter how much he favored his sister, she was inferior. Half a year later, the eldest Princess Yongle set off for the Tianlong dynasty with a large group of people. She married into another country, but brought priceless treasures to her own country. The eldest Princess Yongle became a figure praised by everyone in the Qing kingdom. Even the history books wrote about her. The legendary Princess Yongle. However, there was a deviation in history at some point. When the favored princes and princesses of the Su royal family were about 10 years old, the royal family would prepare their own secret guards. There were also doubles. These doubles were children who looked similar to the princes and princesses. From the age of 10, they were made to learn the habits and manners of their masters. Every day, they were molded and given medicine. After a few years, they would become the shadows of their masters. If the two of them stood together without making a sound, even the people closest to them would not be able to tell who was who. Su Baochan had a double like this. The double's name was Ying Qi. He had been with her for 7 years. The purpose of these doubles was to protect their masters when they were about to go somewhere they did not want to go or when they were in danger. These doubles had been brainwashed since they were young. The only thought in their minds was that they were the masters. But Ying Qi was different. While Su Baochan and no one else were aware of it, she had a different thought in her mind. She was jealous of Su Baochan. She clearly had the same appearance and figure as Su Baochan. But Su Baochan was the high and mighty princess, while she was just a double who lived in the shadows. One day, she might die for her master. But she felt that her chance had come because of the eldest Princess Yongle's marriage. If they were in the capital, she wouldn't have dared to make a move. Although she thought she was very similar to Su Baochan, this was Princess Royal Yongle's home after all. There were too many people who knew her. If she was not careful, she might be exposed. However, going to the Tianlong dynasty for a political marriage was different. At that time, he just had to think of a way to get rid of the eldest princess' personal servants and replace them with his own people. The people of the Sky Dragon dynasty wouldn't know what the real eldest Princess Yongle was like. Who would suspect that she had been swapped? The more Ying Qi thought about it, the more he felt this idea was feasible. When eldest Princess Yongle was ready to set off, Ying Qi attacked. No one knew that it wasn't eldest Princess Yongle herself under the luxurious clothes. But the emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty knew. The moment he saw Ying Qi, he knew that she wasn't the real eldest Princess Yongle. Ying Qi naturally didn't dare say that it was him who dared to kill the real Princess Royal. The emperor of Tianlong thought that the Qing dynasty had substituted a peach for a peach and killed the fake substitute in anger. They headed straight for the Qing army. And Emperor Longqing thought that the Tianlong dynasty had broken the agreement and killed his own sister. Naturally, he couldn't take it lying down. They were all the top countries on the continent. The two sides had been at war for several years, and the other countries on the continent were swept in as well. After 8 years of war, the two sides couldn't take any more losses and reconciled. But after this battle, countless people on the continent were injured and starved. The vitality of the country was greatly damaged. Chapter 1254. Gu Xingyin let out a sigh of relief. In the original plot, There was a huge misunderstanding between the Qing kingdom and the Tianlong dynasty. Presumably, that substitute In Qi never thought that his little selfish jealousy would lead to such serious consequences, right? System, why would the emperor of the Tianlong dynasty know that In Qi is not the real Princess Yongle? Gu Shengyin asked curiously. Logically speaking, the two of them should have never met before. The system flashed, it is not revealed in the plot. The host needs to find out on her own. Gu Shengyin was silent. All right, then I'll draw the skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood Clan's immortality skill. Immortality skill? Gu Shengyin was confused. The system explained, yes, host. The immortality skill means that the host has the same skill as the Blood Clan. As long as the blood in the body does not dry up, no matter how injured you are, you can slowly recover and recover. In other words, it means that I have an immortality aura? Yes, host. However, the natural aging of the body does not count. Gu Shengyin nodded, I understand. She was quite satisfied with the skill in this world. After all, even though eldest Princess Yongle had a noble status, she was a weak and delicate girl. Who knew what would happen to her? With this immortality skill, it could be said that she had gained a huge trump card. Gu Shengyin raised her arm and looked at it. The hot spring water was smooth and creamy. Although she did not know what Princess Yongle looked like, her soft and smooth skin was enough to make most girls blush. Enough, she said calmly. Behind her, he stopped massaging her. When she got up from the hot spring, a maid immediately covered her with a soft towel and gently dried the water droplets on her body. Gu Shengyin changed her clothes with the help of a maidservant and lay down on the soft couch beside the hot spring pool. The maidservant half knelt beside her and helped her dry her hair. Gu Shengyin suddenly called out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the couch. This elusive movement was enough to show that this woman had extraordinary martial arts skills. Gu Shengyin opened her eyes and carefully observed In Qi's appearance. According to the plot, In Qi looked exactly like elder Princess Yongle, so Gu Shengyin believed that elder Princess Yongle was the most beautiful woman in the Su royal family. It was indeed beautiful. Beautiful but not bewitching, gorgeous but not extraordinary. This woman was only kneeling on the ground with her head slightly lowered without any expression, but she could still make men in the world hold treasures in their hands, just to make her lower her eyes to look at them. In Qi, how long have you been with me? In Qi's heart went cold, not knowing why Her Royal Highness had asked him such a question. Your Highness, it has been exactly 7 years. 7 years. Gu Shengyin sighed and said faintly, being branded with another person's shadow and losing yourself, it must have been hard on you these past few years. She had only spoken such a simple sentence, but In Qi felt his skin tighten at this moment. Had his thoughts been discovered by Her Royal Highness? No, that was impossible. She had concealed it very well. Chapter 12:55. In Qi bowed her head heavily to the ground. It is In Qi's honor to be able to share the eldest princess burdens. This time, her forehead hit the white jade floor and made a clear sound. Gu Shengyin felt a headache just listening to her. But the words that needed to be said still had to be said. In Qi, I'll set you free, how about it? In Qi suddenly raised her head. Gu Shengyin didn't mind her offense and just continued, leave this place and find a small town where no one knows you and live your own life. You don't need to live for others anymore. In Qi was silent. She was moved. It was impossible to say she wasn't moved. Only those who had been a substitute would know how hopeless it was to do so. Always hiding in the shadows of others, others couldn't see you, didn't know you, and wouldn't remember you. Living in this world, there wasn't even a witness. Never to see the light of day. Moreover, in order to maintain the same appearance as their master, they needed to secretly train day after day and take medicine. That kind of thing, if used for a long time, would definitely have an impact on the body. At least according to In Qi's understanding, no substitute had ever lived past the age of heaven's will. If it was before, knowing that she could regain her freedom, In Qi wouldn't have hesitated to agree. But now, in her eyes was Gu Shengyin's elegant side profile. Even if she had just come out of a bath and didn't have any luxurious accessories on her body, just sitting here, She was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. After following eldest Princess Yongle for 7 years, she naturally knew how luxurious and exquisite the other's life was. Every day, eldest Princess Yongle had to apply the palace's secret congealed cream to her body twice, which was why her skin was whiter and smoother than a newborn baby's. The eldest princess's black hair was as smooth as ink, and there were 2 palace maids responsible for taking care of it. The eldest princess only drank flower tea made from frosted flower buds. Ingchi lowered her eyes. As eldest Princess Yongle's substitute, she was naturally carefully raised. Although she couldn't compare to the eldest princess, she was still much more precious than the average noble lady. If she were to leave, what else would she be able to enjoy? Having gone out with the eldest princess before, Ingchi had seen many women with sallow skin, rough hands, and loud voices. Poverty had erased their feminine beauty, and their manners were crude and rude. If she went out, would she also become like them? Ingchi had already made a decision in his heart. Reporting to Your Highness Grand Princess, Ingchi is willing to share Your Highness's burdens for a lifetime. She heard her own voice. Then, she heard the person above her laugh mysteriously. You may leave. Ingchi left as quietly as he had come. Gu Xingyin waved her hand behind her. I'm tired. I'll rest for a while. All of you, go down. Don't leave anyone here. Not only did he mean those on the surface, but he also meant those in the dark. The maidservants quietly retreated. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and thought about Ingchi's words. She had given the other party a chance to choose, but it was obvious Ingchi didn't want it. She had thought that Ingchi had become disloyal after eldest Princess Yongle's marriage, but now it seemed his wild ambitions had been buried long ago. Chapter 1256. Gu Xingyin reached out and gently pressed down on a spot on the bed. A secret compartment appeared under the pillow. She looked over it and saw that there were all kinds of small things inside. He reached out and took out a small white porcelain bottle. He opened it and poured out the bright red pills inside. Gu Xingyin placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. A fragrant smell wafted out. This was the method the Su royal family used to control these hidden guards. Every 3 months, the hidden guards would have to go to their master to get a bottle of antidote. Moreover, each member of the royal family would not have the same antidote. In other words, even if they wanted to betray their master, they would not be able to. Gu Xingyin put the bottle back and the pillow returned to normal as she slowly laid down. The reason why Ingchi did not dare to make a move was not only because there were too many people in the capital familiar with eldest Princess Yongle, but also because of this. Perhaps it was because when eldest Princess Yongle went out for the political marriage, her arrangements were not as secretive as in the capital, giving Ingchi an opportunity. But for sure, since Ingchi dared to make a move on eldest Princess Yongle, she definitely knew how to get the antidote. Gu Xingyin thought in a daze. Waves of tiredness came over her and she fell asleep while leaning against him. Then she was woken up by the system. Host, someone is coming. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and looked around the hall. She did not see anyone. In the hot spring. The system told her. Gu Xingyin looked down at the calm surface of the hot spring and felt admiration for the person who came. How did he do it without causing any splash when a living person jumped into the water? Did he come for eldest Princess Yongle? The system said, shouldn't be. I only saw that he was being chased and came here in a hurry. Gu Xingyin raised her brows. This was a side palace outside the capital. It was specially built for the youngest daughter of the previous emperor when he was still here. Because eldest Princess Yongle liked peach blossoms, there were countless peach trees planted in the side palace. It was spring now. Princess Royal Yongle thought that the peach blossoms in her side palace had bloomed, so she came to stay here for a few days. The guards in the side palace were naturally not as good as those in the imperial palace, but they were not something that ordinary people could compare to. To be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the palace guards and enter her palace, this person's ability was not small. Gu Xingyin was about to call someone over without hesitation. That person didn't make any moves, but who knew if he would make a move on him later? She wasn't willing to hand over the initiative to someone else. But the system stopped her. Host, you can't touch that person. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. What's wrong? You know him? The system replied, This person is the future emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty. Gu Shengyin, she was a little surprised. If she remembered correctly, the current emperor of Tianlong had just passed away, and the first prince, Long Shao, who was leading troops outside, had ascended the throne. Then, why would the first prince, who was about to become the new emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty, appear in the faraway Qin kingdom? But she remembered that in the original plot, eldest Princess Yongle met an injured man in the side palace. She didn't know that the man was the future emperor of Tianlong, but Long Shao knew her identity. This could explain why Long Shao knew eldest Princess Yongle. Chapter 1257. Thinking about the system's words, Gu Shengyin almost instantly imagined a great drama in the royal family, where the first prince, who had yet to ascend to the throne, would be assassinated on the road in order to gain the upper hand in the fight for power. But what did this have to do with her, Gu Shengyin? Of course it did. If the Emperor of Sky Dragon died, where would eldest Princess Yongle go to get married and complete her quest as the legendary Princess Yongle? Thinking of this, she felt a headache coming on. It really was troublesome. She had to complete her quest. If the Emperor of Sky Dragon was her lover, it would be best. Then everyone would be happy. If not, she would need to use some small tricks. However, according to the heaven's love for the protagonist, she felt that the former was very likely. Who cares, she would see this Long Shao first. Gu Shengyin slowly got up from the soft couch and calmly said to the air, "Come out." The room was silent. Gu Shengyin did not care. She waited for a while and found that the other party had no intention of coming out, so she continued to say, "If you don't come out when my secret guard comes, I can't guarantee what will happen next." As soon as her voice fell, there was a "thwa" sound and the sound of water came from the hot spring pool. Before she could take a look, she felt a scorching hot body pressing against her back. At the same time, the fragrance of the lotus wrapped around her. It really was him. Gu Shengyin let out a sigh of relief. Then her throat was gripped by a calloused hand. A low voice sounded in her ears, "I'm really sorry, I need to stay here for a few days. I hope your highness can cooperate with me. Otherwise, this one will need to use some special methods." His breath was hot and it sprayed on Gu Shengyin's sensitive earlobe. That little fellow that was like white jade instantly turned red like blood. Long Shao felt his breathing become heavy and he almost couldn't control himself from wanting to take a bite. In fact, he did this. Gu Shengyin's body trembled. Bastard! This was the first time they met and he was already taking advantage of her. What the lecher? She heard herself say in a sinister voice, "If you dare to touch me again, I'll get someone to cut off one of your fingers." Long Shao was also awakened by her words. Just now, what was he doing? He loosened his grip, and after confirming that Gu Shengyin did not have any internal energy, he cooperated and released her. Gu Shengyin then turned around and looked at Long Shao carefully. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his eyes were clear and spirited, his nose was high, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He was a rare handsome man. Long Shao silently let her size him up. He had a noble status in Sky Dragon and had met many beauties who threw themselves at him, but he did not know why he was not interested in them at all. Even the way they looked at him made him very uncomfortable. But the person in front of him was different. When he noticed that the other party's gaze fell on him, he even subconsciously puffed out his chest, like a male beast that had been seeking a mate and wanted to show his most handsome and awe-inspiring side in front of a female beast. This situation made Long Shao, who had never studied the relationship between men and women, understand that he was interested in this woman. He knew who she was. Qin Kingdom's eldest Princess Yongle. A world-famous beauty. Chapter 1258. While Gu Shengyin was sizing up Long Shao was also sizing up Gu Shengyin. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Shao would never have known that there was such an exquisite beauty in this world. She was like a person who had been carefully piled up with luxurious clothes, gold, jade, and jewelry since she was young. Even a strand of her hair looked very precious. But these were not the most important things. What Long Shao was most interested in was not her beauty, but, when he hugged this woman just now, the satisfaction that surged from the bottom of his heart and from the depths of his soul surged out. It was as if as long as he hugged her, he would have everything. That kind of feeling was too fascinating. Unfortunately, he seemed to have angered the beauty in front of him. Gu Shengyin looked at the man staring at her without blinking. With her current status, as a princess who had been doted on since she was young and no one dared to disobey her, her reaction was even colder. Anyone could see that she was in a bad mood at this time. Gu Shengyin looked at the man in front of her coldly. "What are you looking at?" Long Xiao answered very honestly, "I'm looking at you." "How dare you?" Gu Shengyin was so angry that her face turned red. Little did she know that she had just taken a bath and was wearing a thin undergarment. Because of her contact with Long Xiao just now, there were a lot of water stains on her clothes. Looking at her like this, she was really fragrant. At least Long Xiao felt a little hot when he looked at her. Gu Shengyin lowered her head in hindsight. After glancing at her appearance, she grabbed a robe beside her and put it on herself. She met Long Xiao's gaze and said coldly, "If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Long Xiao looked at the woman in front of him with some amusement. As a person who had been on the battlefield all year round, he was the most sensitive to murderous aura. From the beginning to the end, he didn't sense any murderous aura from Princess Yongle. Even when she said that she would dig out his eyeballs, there was no murderous aura. She was just threatening him. However, Long Xiao still obediently lowered his gaze because she seemed to be really angry. However, when he lowered his eyes, Long Xiao realized that from his angle he could see the corner of Gu Shengyin's clothes embroidered with exquisite dark patterns, and it revealed a small part of her ankles that was as delicate as jade. It was really beautiful. He praised in his heart. Gu Shengyin did not know what Long Xiao was thinking at this time. She began her routine interrogation. Why did you sneak into my palace so late at night?" Long Xiao naturally could not reveal his identity. He casually fabricated an identity and story. Fortunately, Gu Shengyin did not pursue the matter. She only gave Long Xiao a warning look. "I don't want to know whether what you said is true or false. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to pursue certain matters. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Long Xiao suddenly covered his abdomen and squatted down in pain. Gu Shengyin's eyebrows twitched, but she looked shocked and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Long Xiao looked at the panic that flashed through her eyes and laughed in his heart. As expected, she was a little rabbit who had never seen blood. Although he pretended to be an old scheming fox, his acting skills were still not good enough. He frowned in pain. "It's nothing. It's just a small injury." "Gu Shengyin, don't think that I don't know that the Emperor of Tianlong is a person who doesn't even frown when a sharp blade enters his body. Didn't you work so hard for me to see?" Chapter 12:59. But since her lover was putting in this much effort, of course she had to do her best to cooperate. So Gu Shengyin knit her brows and revealed a look of disgust as she said to Long Xiao, "Take off your clothes and let me see." Long Xiao secretly thought that it was as expected, but he pretended to be unwilling on the surface. So Gu Shengyin revealed an even more arrogant attitude. "This one orders you to take off your clothes. Otherwise, you will immediately scram from here." Under the cold eldest princess coercion, Long Xiao had no choice but to untie his belt. While doing this, he helplessly said, "Eldest princess, you are the first woman to see my body." Gu Shengyin. "He's even addicted." She pretended not to hear this. Only when Long Xiao revealed the wound on his body, Gu Shengyin took in a cold breath. This was not an act, but rather an instinctive shock. She saw that on Long Xiao's skinny waist, there was a several-inch-long wound that went from his hip bone to his heart. The wound was very deep and Gu Shengyin could even see the red flesh inside. The edges of the wound were already turning black. It was clear that it had not been treated for a long time and had already begun to fester and become inflamed. It was a good thing that he could endure it. Gu Shengyin remembered that in the beginning, this man had a calm appearance when he threatened her. No one could tell that this was a man who was seriously injured. Moreover, he was soaked in water. Gu Shengyin angrily raised her head and met Long Xiao's gaze. Long Xiao saw that her eyes were a bit red and thought that he had scared her. That's right, a princess who had been pampered in the palace, how could she have seen such a terrifying wound? He apologetically covered the wound with his robe and said to Gu Shengyin, "Did I scare the eldest princess?" I swear that I have no ill intentions towards the eldest princess. Once the soldiers leave, I will immediately leave this palace. Gu Shengyin only glared at him before turning to leave with an expressionless face. Long Xiao felt helpless. What kind of situation was this? She looked very angry, but she didn't call anyone over. His original plan was to use force to force the eldest princess to take him in for a few days, but after seeing her in person, he found that his heart was as hard as iron and he couldn't do it. Yes, he just couldn't do it. He didn't have the heart to force or threaten this woman. In the past, he had heard stories about beauties and heroes, but he had scoffed at them. He had always thought that as a man, he should focus on his career. As for love, it was just a small matter. However, even though his rationality told him that subduing this woman was beneficial to him, he could only watch as she walked out of the hall. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be surrounded and killed by the guards of this palace. It must be because the wound was inflamed, causing his mind to be muddled. Long Xiao smiled bitterly. He had actually done such an irrational thing. He no longer had the strength to leave this place. His body was burning up, and it was the piercing pain from his wound that kept him awake. Let's leave it to the heavens, he thought with a bitter smile. While he was in a daze, a figure with a warm peach blossom fragrance appeared in front of him. Long Xiao struggled to open his eyes and saw that the person who had left was half squatting down, holding something in his hand. Consider yourself lucky. This one is in a good mood today, so I'll save your life. A cold female voice sounded in his ears. Chapter 1260. The peach blossom scent of the person beside him smelled very good, like the sunlight of spring shining on his body. A pair of hands tugged at his hands, as if trying to get him to let go of them. The temperature of that hand was very comfortable for him who was currently burning up. Long Xiao obediently let go of the lapel and held the hand tightly instead. So comfortable. After being grabbed by someone, he didn't want to let go for the rest of his life. This was his last thought before his consciousness fell into complete darkness. Gu Shengyin helplessly looked at this person tightly holding her hand. How was she going to apply medicine like this? This person's grip was very tight. When she finally pulled his hand away, she found that the back of her hand was bruised. Gu Shengyin. Eldest Princess Yongla's skin was indeed very delicate. She helped Long Xiao get rid of the wet clothes on his body and cleaned his wounds. Finally, she finished applying medicine for him. Gu Shengyin was already covered in sweat. There was no other way. This body was a typical pampered one. It had probably never done something so tiring in its life. Looking at the pale man on the bed, Gu Shengyin frowned. In the end, she returned to her room. It had been a long time since Long Xiao had a good sleep like this. When he woke up and felt the unfamiliar surroundings, his heart skipped a beat. Then he suddenly remembered what happened last night. As expected, he calmed down and looked around. He was lying on a soft bed that was enough for several people to lie down side by side. Not far away, there was a hot pool. There was a bright light coming in from the outside, showing that it was getting late. There was a cool feeling coming from his wounds, showing that someone had applied medicine. Eldest Princess Yongla probably didn't want people to know that there was a stranger in her bath, so it was obvious who had applied medicine. The image of the other side looking at him with a look of disdain appeared in his mind. Long Zhao's lips couldn't help curling into a smile. When Gu Shengyin entered the hall, she saw his smile. It had to be said that this man's appearance was really good. If a young lady was here and saw a handsome man smiling under the sunlight, she would probably be moved. Of course, she wouldn't fall for him. Her heart had always been with him from the beginning to the end. But on the surface, she snorted coldly and said with the usual arrogance of eldest Princess Yongla, "Awake? You're just lucky that this consort was in a good mood and saved your life. No matter what your identity is, you just need to remember that your life belongs to this consort from now on." After saying that, she did not get a response. She could not help but frown and look at Long Xiao. In the end, the other party was looking at him in shock. Long Xiao was really shocked. Last night, firstly, the lighting was not good, and secondly, Gu Shengyin had just finished bathing, so there were no decorations on her body. Long Xiao looked at her and felt that she was indeed a rare beauty. But today was different. As eldest Princess Yongla, Su Baochan's clothes were all exquisite and luxurious. She had always been fond of gorgeous decorations, and she was able to suppress her aura and appearance. Naturally, she would never let herself be wronged in these matters. A woman's beauty had always been 7 parts color and 3 parts dressing. But Su Baochan herself was 12 parts color, and in addition, her dressing was considered top-notch in the entire Qin kingdom. The beauty was like jade. When she smiled, looked back, or raised her eyebrows, she had endless elegance and an endless mellow fragrance. Long Xiao felt that he was drunk in the mellow fragrance. He didn't want to wake up. Chapter 1261. Then he met Gu Xingyin's somewhat unhappy gaze. Realizing that it was very impolite to look at a noble lady like this without any scruples, Long Xiao lowered his eyes slightly. "Your Highness the eldest princess is so beautiful that I forgot myself for a moment. I hope that Your Highness the eldest princess will forgive me." Any woman would be very happy to hear compliments about her appearance, especially when this praise came from an extraordinarily handsome man. Sure enough, Gu Xingyin's expression became slightly better after hearing this, but she still did not reveal a smile. She glanced at Long Xiao and walked over to sit down on her own. "Did you hear what this consort said just now?" Long Xiao blinked and said, "Your Highness the eldest princess has saved my life. I will remember this in my heart." Gu Xingyin chuckled after hearing this. That's it. Just a word of thanks? Did he really think that Gu Xingyin's favor was so cheap? Long Xiao heard this mocking chuckle, but he was not ashamed at all. Instead, he looked at Gu Xingyin with a serious expression. "I can't repay you for saving my life, but I'm willing to repay you with my body." His words were sonorous and powerful, and he was incomparably sincere. Gu Xing, how could there be such a shameless person in this world? She saved his life, but she had to repay him with her body? Wishful thinking. She sneered and looked at Long Xiao up and down a few times. "What's your name?" Long Xiao replied, "This one is Xiao Xiao." Gu Xingyin frowned. What a mouthful. Long Xiao was helpless. He just subconsciously gave himself the surname of his mother's family, but he did not expect it to be so strange when read together. However, Gu Xingyin did not dwell on this and said, "It's fine. Although your body doesn't seem to be worth much, I guess you can't give anything better in return." Before Long Xiao could react, he heard Gu Xingyin say, "You can stay in my palace and be a servant who raises peach blossoms. It's quite pleasing to the eye." Long Xiao was startled. He did not expect that the other party would interpret giving herself to him as such. He thought for a moment. Before his injuries were healed, staying in the palace was indeed the safest option. Gu Xingyin brought the person in front of the steward of the palace and pointed at Long Xiao. "This person is Xiao Xiao, my new servant. In the future, I'll let him serve my babies." Treasures were naturally referring to peach blossoms. Long Xiao thought to himself, it's true that eldest Princess Yongla loves peach blossoms. The steward glanced at Long Xiao. He did not understand why such an extraordinary person would become a manservant. However, he did not dare to disobey Her Highness the eldest princess's orders. He quickly accepted the order and brought Long Xiao away. When the two figures were out of sight, Gu Xingyin took out a strangely shaped flute from her sleeve and blew it gently. There was no sound, but a black-clothed figure quickly appeared on the ground. "An E greets mistress." Gu Xingyin's voice was cold. "During this period of time, watch this palace for me. If anyone suspicious approaches the palace, kill them without mercy." The secret guard leader's heart trembled. He did not know why the usually gentle eldest princess would suddenly give such an order. However, he could not ask about mistress's matters. He only needed to do what mistress ordered. Yes. His figure flashed, and the area lost track of him once again. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and put the flute to her lips again. Chapter 1262. This time, the way she played was a little different from before. There was still no sound. This time, a gray figure appeared in front of her. "In E greets mistress." The hidden guards and shadow guards were the two teams in charge of eldest Princess Yongla's safety. In E and An E were the captains of the two teams and were also the strongest of the two teams. The hidden guards were in charge of killing, while In E was in charge of gathering information and disguising. As a substitute, Ing-Chi was obviously a shadow guard. Ing-Yi, from now on, closely monitor Ing-Chi's whereabouts. If you find anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Also, don't let Ing-Chi protect me alone at any time. She directly said. Ing-Yi's body shook. Mistress's words clearly meant that she suspected Ing-Chi of having second thoughts. Yes. As shadow guards, they only needed to follow Mistress's orders. As for thinking, that was something for the retainers to do. It had nothing to do with them. Gu Shengyin slowly walked through the peach forest. The thousands of peach trees here had been planted for her by her father when he was still alive. They had been here for many years. Every spring, the peach blossoms would bloom. The scenery was too beautiful to behold. When the spring wind blew, countless pink and white petals fell from the sky, landing on her hair, her clothes, and her long robe that hung on the ground. Long Xiao, who was learning how to catch insects and deal with spoiled peach blossoms under the guidance of another servant, was listening attentively to something that was very new to him. When he inadvertently raised his head, he saw such a beautiful scene that he couldn't bear to look away. Gu Shengyin, who was wandering in the sea of peach blossoms, was simply like a fairy among the flowers. Even Long Xiao couldn't help but think, with such beauty and love for peach blossoms, could it be that eldest Princess Yongle was really a peach blossom fairy in her previous life? What are you looking at? The servant pulled him hard. Long Xiao turned his head and saw the servant looking at him nervously. Seeing Long Xiao looking at him with some confusion, the servant anxiously said, "Do you want to die? Her Highness the eldest princess, is that something people like you and me can look straight at?" Fortunately, no one saw it this time. Otherwise, be careful of your eyes. Long Xiao rubbed his nose and thought to himself, not only did I stare at her seriously, I even hugged her and kissed her. His eyes darkened as he recalled the wonderful sensation on the tip of his tongue that night. Seeing him remain silent, the waiter became anxious. Let me tell you, the eldest princess is a celestial being. She is not someone people like us can covet. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. But my heart has already been moved by her for a long time. Long Xiao sighed inwardly. He also knew that this shop assistant was worried about him. He could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Seeing him like this, the shop assistant was relieved. What he didn't know was that his careless concern would earn him a bright future in the future. Ing-Chi was currently in his room. Her room was decorated very luxuriously. From the outside, it looked exactly the same as Gu Shengyin's bedroom. Of course, it only looked the same. After all, there were many things in eldest Princess Yongle's palace that were unique in the entire Qin kingdom. Ing-Chi knew that many of his colleagues were secretly envious of him. Chapter 1263. That's right. In their eyes, she didn't need to carry out dangerous missions like them. Every day, she would be like a real noble lady, learning etiquette, eating the best food, and using the most exquisite things. Even if her food and clothing couldn't compare to the real eldest Princess Yongle, it was still better than most noble ladies. After all, sometimes she had to replace eldest Princess Yongle to go out, so her vision couldn't be low. A person's horizons were cultivated through experience, knowledge, fine clothes, and good food. That was why her colleagues envied her. There were even many people who knew that being a substitute would affect their lifespan, but they were still willing to be this kind of person. To be honest, Ing-Chi used to think that he was quite lucky. These shadow guards were all children of poor families who couldn't afford to raise them. They lived in broken temples, begged on the streets, and lived a life without dignity. The imperial family took them back. They received delicious food, learned powerful martial arts, and even learned various magical skills. The only price they paid was freedom. Freedom didn't belong to them anymore. Even their lives didn't belong to them. But what did that count for? People like them didn't know how long they could live. Ing-Chi was better off than them. As a substitute, it wasn't uncommon for them to die in place of their master, but most of them died of old age. After all, the imperial family had so many people protecting them, so it was very difficult to assassinate them. Ing-Chi didn't know when he started to be dissatisfied with the status quo. Perhaps it was when she was hiding in the dark and watching her master being surrounded by the crowd. Perhaps it was when he looked at himself in the mirror when there was no one around, looking at the peerless beauty in the mirror. Or perhaps it was when he saw his master throw away a piece of jewelry that he liked for a long time without any care. That's right, she was just a fake. So the best things, all the glory, all belonged to the real eldest princess Yongle. She could only hide in a dark corner, holding on to things that she didn't want, and would never be able to walk in front of others. A beautiful cage. This was the best interpretation of her situation. When her master asked if she was willing to leave, she thought about it and refused. She couldn't bear to. She had been pampered and couldn't bear the hardships of an ordinary life. In-chi couldn't imagine a life without beautiful jewelry and maids to serve her. But she couldn't accept it. She could have led a better life. The fake did not have a good life because the real owner was there. The more glorious eldest princess Yongle was, the more unwilling she was. What if the genuine product was no longer around? She was eldest princess Yongle's only substitute and the person who understood her the most in this world. She could perfectly imitate her movements, her bearing, and even her voice. She was confident that as long as she was careful, she could perfectly replace the real eldest princess Yongle. As long as she was given a chance. Thinking of the future, In-chi's whole body trembled with excitement. She wanted to become the true eldest princess Yongle, the most respected woman in the entire Qin kingdom. In-chi showed a perfect smile to the mirror and then beckoned the maidservant to come in and remove her hairpin. She didn't know that in the dark, there were two pairs of eyes silently watching her. Chapter 1264. In-chi thought she had concealed it well. If no one suspected her, perhaps she really could have deceived everyone. But once a person had ambitions, no matter how well they concealed it, under the scrutiny of others, there would always be a trace of it left behind. A shadow guard and a shadow guard who were ordered to monitor In-chi, after a few days of observation, finally came to a conclusion that made them break out in cold sweat. In-chi was actually delusional, they didn't even dare think about it. What was In-chi still not satisfied with that she would have such rebellious thoughts? The two didn't dare conceal anything and reported their observations to Gu Shengyin when they met with Gu Shengyin. The shadow guards and shadow guards had never interacted with each other. Both sides knew of the existence of such a team, but they had never communicated with each other. Both of their reports were the same. Gu Shengyin's lips curled into a smile and ordered them to continue monitoring In-chi. "Master, I don't understand." In the empty room, a puzzled voice suddenly sounded. It was an E. An E was responsible for protecting eldest princess Yongle. Unless Gu Shengyin gave the order that he was not needed, he would always secretly guard by her side. When the two men came to report, Gu Shengyin didn't let him leave, which meant he knew about this matter. "What don't you understand?" Gu Shengyin asked. And he didn't show himself. If someone who didn't know saw this, they would think she was talking to herself. And Yi's calm voice sounded in the darkness. "In-chi is disloyal and even has thoughts of rebellion. Why didn't Master kill her?" This was something Yi couldn't understand. In the knowledge of the shadow guards, when they found a suspicious and dangerous person, the fastest and most effective way to deal with them was to kill them. No matter what the other party was, a dead person could never threaten Master. What's more, In-chi was Master's shadow guard. If Master wanted her life, there was no need to find a reason. The life of a shadow guard belonged to Master. Moreover, according to In-chi's understanding of his mistress, eldest princess Yongle Su Baochan was not someone who would indulge her enemies. Gu Shengyin raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned. He lazily said, "An E, for many people in this world, there are far more terrifying things than death." And Yi's mind trembled. His eagle-like eyes fell on the beautiful woman in the room, and a chill emerged from the bottom of his heart. This chill wasn't for himself, but for In-chi, who still didn't know his fate. Although his master was usually arrogant and willful, compared to the other tyrannical and bloodthirsty members of the royal family, he was already extremely benevolent. It seemed that this time, In-chi had really annoyed Master. "I'm going to rest," Gu Shengyin said faintly. The room quieted down. Long Shao had already stayed in this palace for 5 days. The wounds on his body had already begun to heal. He didn't know what medicine Gu Shengyin gave him, but the effect was even better than the healing medicine he carried with him. He stood under the peach blossom tree and looked in the distance. As if peeking through the obstacles of layers of pavilions, he accurately saw the woman in the most exquisite palace. It was time for him to go. Although he was very reluctant, he had to leave. Time waits for no one on Sky Dragon's side. He had to hurry back before those people announced the death of the new emperor. Chapter 1265. Long Shao lowered his eyes and stood under the peach blossom tree. 5 days was enough for him to learn a lot of things about eldest Princess Yongle. For example, she loved peach blossoms and even hired a famous craftsman to think of ways to make her palace have peach blossoms blooming all year round. For example, she never got tired of eating and didn't get tired of eating. Her clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all top-notch. She couldn't bear the slightest bit of neglect. For example, eldest Princess Yongle loved to be beautiful. Her jewelry and clothes, unless it was her favorite, she never wore the same thing. Long Shao frowned and thought for a moment. The climate in Tianlong was much drier than Daqing. It wasn't suitable for such delicate peach blossoms to grow. It seemed that after he went back this time, he had to send people to study how to plant peach blossoms. As for other aspects, he could naturally let her enjoy the best. Collecting his chaotic thoughts, Long Shao had already made a decision. It was night. A slight sound suddenly came from Gu Xingyin's bedroom. In the next moment, the sound of 2 people fighting could be heard. "Stop!" Gu Xingyin's cold voice came from the curtain. She was still asleep when she was woken up by the system, saying that Long Shao had come. And he had always been in charge of her safety in the dark. As a result, the 2 of them naturally fought at the first moment. However, when her voice came out, the 2 of them obediently stopped. "Annie, you go out," Gu Xingyin directly ordered. Annie was a bit anxious. "Master," this person was very strong. In the short fight just now, even he didn't have the slightest confidence in keeping the other party. How could he be at ease leaving his master alone with this mysterious person in this hall? "Go out." Gu Xingyin's voice turned cold. For a shadow guard, the master's order was above everything. Annie sighed and retreated. Gu Xingyin opened the curtain in her undergarment. "What are you doing here?" She looked at Long Shao without any surprise in her eyes. This made Long Shao surprised. "You knew I would come?" Gu Xingyin shook her head. Long Shao asked, "Then why are you so calm as if you knew I would come?" Gu Xingyin glanced at him. "Either answer my question, or I'll get someone to escort you out." Long Shao smiled bitterly. "I'll tell you." His expression became serious, and he said to Gu Xingyin very seriously, "I'm here to say goodbye to you." Gu Xingyin responded faintly, as if she did not care about this matter. Long Shao suddenly felt suffocated. This woman, no matter if it was the first time they met or until now, she was always high and mighty and didn't care about him at all. Yes, she didn't care about him. Therefore, she didn't care about his identity at all. She didn't care whether he would stay or leave. She didn't even care if they would have the chance to meet again. Gu Xingyin felt her body being tightly pressed against by a fiery body. In the next moment, a voice that sounded like it was gnashing teeth sounded in her ears. "Your Highness, in your eyes, what am I?" Long Shao was truly depressed. Since he was born, he had always been high and mighty, making people look up to him. There had never been a woman that could completely ignore him like this. Gu Xingyin impatiently struggled, but she found that she couldn't break free. She could only say, "Let go first." Long Shao pretended not to hear anything. Gu Xingyin gave a cold smile. "Either scram from behind me, or I'll have you thrown out." Chapter 1266. Long Shao suddenly let out a low laugh. "Your Highness, you only know how to threaten me with this move." Long Shao turned his head and faced Gu Xingyin's flawless face. "Even if your Highness doesn't mind, I'm not willing to let anyone see your Highness in your undergarments." Then Gu Xingyin found that she couldn't speak. This person had actually hit her mute acupuncture point. "Forget it, I don't need your Highness to reply." Long Shao gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Whatever comes from your Highness' beautiful little mouth, it won't be anything good." He tightly hugged the woman in front of him, and his eyes revealed a rare gentleness. It was a pity that Gu Xingyin couldn't see it, Then your highness can slowly listen to me. My heart is in love with your highness. Long Xiao didn't seem to think that his words were earth-shattering at all. He also saw that Gu Xingyin's ears had turned red from her emotions. Truly beautiful, he thought. I'm actually not called Xiao Xiao, but I can't tell your highness my real name right now. I swear that there will be a day when I will personally stand in front of you and tell you my name. Baochun. I've wanted to call you that for a long time. Gu Xingyin felt something cold being placed on her chest. This is a gift my father gave me when I was born. Please take good care of it. Long Xiao looked at the silent girl in front of him and secretly let out a sigh. He lowered his head and kissed her earlobe. I'm leaving. Gu Xingyin felt the embrace loosen and then the room became silent. Gu Xingyin, she turned around and found that there was no one behind her. Bastard, can't you release my mute acupuncture point before you leave? Gu Xingyin lowered her head and took the jade pendant hanging on her chest. The jade pendant was warm to the touch, and there wasn't a single flaw on the white jade. It was obviously an extremely rare treasure. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with an ancient character, Xiao. The person who carved it was obviously a master as well. His handwriting was neat and contained a murderous aura. Gu Shengyin gently rubbed her finger on the jade pendant. She opened her mouth and found that she could speak. Idiot! Her low voice echoed in the darkness. The next day, a steward came to report that the manservant in charge of serving the peach blossoms had disappeared. If it was just an ordinary servant, the steward naturally wouldn't bother Gu Shengyin. The key point was that this manservant was personally brought here by the eldest princess, and no matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like an ordinary person. That was why the steward came to report. It's fine. I told him to leave, Gu Shengyin said. Only then did the steward relax. Since that was the case, it had nothing to do with him. After staying in the palace for a long time, the Empress Dowager in the palace missed her daughter and had sent people to urge her to return twice. We'll set out for the palace tomorrow, Gu Shengyin said to the maidservant beside her. Thinking about it, she summoned Ying Yi, telling Qi to stay in the palace. There's no need for her to come back with me. Ying Qi heard this order and was stunned for a moment before quickly saying, a stand-in's task is to follow master. How can I be too far away from master? Ying Yi's cold voice pulled Ying Qi back to her senses. Do you not listen to master's words? Chapter 1267. Ying Qi bowed her head in horror. Subordinate doesn't dare. Yes, she had been a little carried away these past few days. How could she forget? No matter how much she looked like her master, she was just a substitute. Her master didn't need her to follow, so she could only stay here obediently. Ying Qi bit her lip and lowered her head deeply, concealing the unwillingness in her eyes. She once again strongly realized that no matter how glorious her appearance was, in the eyes of all those who knew, she was still just a pitiful substitute. The restless thoughts in his heart swelled even more. Ying Yi saw her like this and frowned slightly. He calmly took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to her. This is your medicine for this month. Ying Qi's eyes lit up when she saw this and she accepted it with thanks. After Ying Yi left, Ying Qi quickly walked over to the mirror, somewhat impatiently opened the cork, and swallowed the white jade pill inside. Then, she quietly sat in front of the mirror and began to admire her unparalleled beauty. The person in the mirror had a flawless face, a bit more and a bit less. Ying Qi couldn't help raising her hand and gently stroking it. This was her face. After being eldest Princess Yongla's shadow for 7 years, she had long forgotten what she looked like. Her impression of herself was just like this. Ying Qi's eyes gradually became infatuated. Which woman didn't love beauty? What's more, she was such a beautiful woman. Her eyes moved down and saw the bottle in her hand. The white medicine inside was an important reason why she had been able to maintain the same appearance as eldest Princess Yongla for so many years. She had secretly found someone to analyze the ingredients in this pill, wanting to make it herself. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful or famous the doctor she found was, they couldn't completely distinguish how many herbs were contained in this small white jade pill. It seemed that she could only find an opportunity to start with her master. As long as she knew where the antidote to control the shadow guards and shadow guards was and where the pill she had taken was. Her master was of no use. She, in Qi, would definitely play this role for the rest of her life. In Gu Xingyin's bedroom, she was lazily sitting in front of the dressing table, letting her trusted maid comb her hair. Her fingertips were holding a small and delicate white jade bottle, gently spinning it. If In Qi was here, she would find that in the small bottle in Gu Xingyin's hand was the white jade pill she had to take every month. Gu Xingyin gently removed the cork and poured out a jade bead-like pill. "Qinghua, what do you think will happen if this pill is taken for a few years and suddenly?" Qinghua's expression did not change. She deftly tied Gu Xingyin's hair into an exquisite bun before replying, "I know. If you stop taking it and at the same time don't use another pill, your face will be ruined." No one would know that the ordinary maid who always followed eldest Princess Yongle was the last disciple of the famous ghost doctor in Qin Kingdom. Gu Xingyin gently threw the pill in her hand into the tea in front of her. The pill melted in the tea and no trace could be seen. Poured out. Chapter 1268. Princess Royal Yongle returned to the palace with her entourage. There would never be a lack of banquets in the bustling capital. Any family with a bit of status would not forget to invite this honorable eldest princess. It was her freedom to decide whether she wanted to come or not. But if she didn't send the invitation, she wouldn't be giving face to Princess Royal. If she didn't give face to Princess Royal, the Emperor and Empress Dowager wouldn't give face to her either. "Your Highness." Qinghua came in with a few exquisite invitations in her hands. Gu Xingyin knew that Qinghua was very considerate. These invitations must have been selected by her and she couldn't make the decision. She reached out and took them. Prince Yu was marrying his second wife, Duke Wei was celebrating his 60th birthday, and Princess Duanyun was getting married. Prince Yu was her half-brother. Princess Duanyun passed away 2 years ago. Now that he was remarrying as his younger sister, she should go and take a look. Duke Wei was from the Empress Dowager's maternal family. Duke Wei was the Empress Dowager's biological brother and Su Baochan's biological uncle. Su Baochan had always been close to her maternal family, so she definitely had to go. As for Princess Duanyun, she was the Empress's daughter and she was going to marry the left Prime Minister's eldest son. She was going to get married next month, so she had to give face to the Empress. Fortunately, these 3 families were all on different dates, so it wouldn't be difficult. "Qinghua, go and prepare 3 generous gifts. I remember that there is a pair of white jade vases made of exquisite deep-sea jade in the storeroom. Put them together with the gifts from Duke Wei's mansion." This sentence was enough to show which was more important in Princess Royal Yongle's eyes. Qinghua left without any change in her expression. This was what Gu Xingyin liked the most about Qinghua. She was able to complete any task he gave her perfectly and knew her identity. She would never ask about things that she shouldn't ask about or things that didn't belong to her. The birthday banquet of Duke Wei's mansion was approaching. Gu Xingyin woke up early and left the palace after greeting the Empress Dowager. Gu Xingyin sat in the carriage. In her mind, she still remembered how the Empress Dowager had taken her hand and asked her to greet her uncle properly. Everyone knew that the nobles of the Dao Palace enjoyed limitless glory, but how could they know that she couldn't even take a look at her own brother's birthday? The luxurious 8 treasures jade carton stopped in front of the gate of Duke Wei Mansion. Right now was the time when Duke Wei's mansion was at its most lively. Guests were walking in and out of the place, and the place that was supposed to be bustling with noise and excitement had quieted down because of the arrival of this carriage. Everyone in the capital knew that there was only one person who dared to be so flamboyant in the capital. The eldest princess of Yongle, Su Baochan, had been spoiled by the 2 most powerful people in the Qin kingdom. The wife of the heir of Duke Wei's mansion personally led a group of sisters-in-law to welcome them. Gu Xingyin stepped down from the carriage and was very satisfied to receive the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Greetings to your Highness the eldest princess." The woman who was nearing 40 years old was obviously very happy to see Gu Xingyin, but she still bowed to her. Gu Xingyin quickly stepped forward and supported her kneeling body. There is no need for the wife of the heir to be so courteous. She personally held the wife of the heir of Duke Wei's hand and walked inside. When the 2 entered the door hand in hand, Gu Xingyin blinked her eyes and softly called her cousin-in-law. The wife of the heir of Duke Wei also smiled. Father and mother both said that you would definitely come. They have been waiting for you for a long time. The people around them couldn't hear what the two were talking about. They could only watch as Gu Shengyin and the wife of the heir of Duke Wei chatted intimately as if there was no one around. Everyone was envious of Duke Wei's mansion's good fortune. Chapter 1269. Wasn't this good fortune? The Empress Dowager's maiden family and the Emperor's maternal family. As long as Duke Wei family didn't seek death, no one could take away their honor and favor. When Gu Shengyin arrived at the main hall, she immediately saw the old man sitting on the main seat, wearing a festive red pomegranate robe. Duke Wei happened to be celebrating his 60th birthday today. His complexion looked very good and his spirit was hale and hearty. His face glowed as the guests congratulated him. Gu Shengyin gave Duke Wei a junior's greeting and said, "Niece Yongle wishes uncle good fortune as long as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain." Duke Wei looked at his niece and his expression became even more joyful. Yongle gave him a junior's greeting and called herself his niece. This was clearly telling others that she had a close relationship with Duke Wei family. Most of the time, the eldest princess's intentions represented the emperor's intentions. If the emperor didn't like his maternal family, would the eldest princess say such words so openly? She was a female after all. After Gu Shengyin gave her birthday gift, she went to the rear courtyard. Naturally, there was another round of greetings in the rear courtyard. Fortunately, Gu Shengyin had a noble status. It was others who tried to curry favor with her. She didn't need to do anything herself. After sitting for a while, Gu Shengyin felt that it was meaningless and found an excuse to leave. She couldn't go back. If she left now, she didn't know what rumors would spread outside. Perhaps Duke Wei family would lose the emperor's favor in the future. After thinking for a while, Gu Shengyin led the servant girls behind her to the rear garden. Duke Wei family's Zhou family was a large family with hundreds of years of history. Although the rear garden wasn't as grand as the imperial garden, it was still a unique scenery. As he watched, Gu Shengyin's interest was piqued. "Qinghua, go get me a jug of fruit wine." Fruit wine wasn't intoxicating, so she didn't need to worry about losing her composure after drinking. Qinghua nodded. Seeing that Gu Shengyin was accompanied by a few palace maids, she left at ease. However, before Gu Shengyin could wait for Qinghua to return, she heard a pleasantly surprised voice. "Your Highness the eldest princess." Gu Shengyin frowned. Who was making a fuss? She turned around and saw a young master wearing a blue robe looking at her with a pleasantly surprised expression. Gu Shengyin glanced at him indifferently. A palace maid behind her stepped forward and reprimanded, "How dare you?" Shouting in front of the eldest princess, "How could he be so rude? Why aren't you greeting the Princess Royal? Which family's young master are you?" Hearing this, the blue-robed young master's face. He obediently knelt down to greet her, but his heart was filled with doubt. Why was the eldest princess so different from last time? Last time, Princess had. He felt he was very unreconciled his heart. Kamzazis, does the eldest princess's eldest princesses? Yours still remember this remember this is? How could Gu Shengyin recognize him? She had looked through Su Baochan's memories, but she didn't have any impression of this person. But looking at Zhang Shu's appearance, he clearly knew eldest Princess Yongle. Gu Shengyin carefully thought about it and had an answer in her heart. He must have seen that eldest Princess Yongle before, right? So it's the Zhang family's young master. "You can rise," she calmly said. Zhang Shu saw that she seemed to remember his appearance and his heart filled with joy. He quickly stood up. He saw Gu Shengyin sitting alone in the pavilion and wanted to walk over. Chapter 1270. Impudent. This time, without Gu Shengyin's hint, the palace maid beside her stood up and reprimanded him angrily. What was the matter with the son of the Supreme Court official? Did he not know the rules? Did he not see the eldest princess admiring the flowers? Zhang Shu's expression was a bit awkward. He did not expect the palace maid to treat him like this. He subconsciously looked at Gu Shengyin. She was still looking at her hands indifferently and did not look at him. Although the Supreme Court official was not a high position, Uncle Zhang was still doted on by his parents. When had he ever been reprimanded so rudely? Moreover, the person who reprimanded him was just a small palace maid. Zhang Shu had never been treated like this. He wanted to just walk away. However, he remembered a few days ago when he went to Marquis Qingda's manor with a group of young masters. Marquis Qingda treated them differently. Prince Yu's son was the noblest everywhere. As the son of the Supreme Court official, he did not even think highly of a servant. This was the disparity brought about by status. Zhang Shu knew that he did not have much ability. If he relied on himself, he might not even be able to reach his father's rank. Then, if he wanted to be above others, he could only rely on shortcuts. Marriage was the fastest and most effective way. In the entire Deqing dynasty, the noblest unmarried woman was eldest Princess Yongle. If he could gain the favor of eldest Princess Yongle, what Marquis Qingda? He would probably suck up to her. Originally, Zhang Shu did not dare to have any thoughts about eldest Princess Yongle. Who was eldest Princess Yongle? She was the daughter of the Empress Dowager and the only sister of the current emperor. She was born with a golden branch and jade leaves. Although Zhang Shu thought highly of himself, he knew that he and eldest Princess Yongle were people from two different worlds. However, the last time he met her, he saw hope. Last time, at Marquis Xiangyin's birthday banquet, he saw the legendary eldest Princess Yongle for the first time. Out of politeness, he went forward to greet her. At that time, because he was nervous, he wrote a poem to praise the eldest princess's beauty. As soon as the poem left his mouth, he regretted it. Because this kind of behavior was too rash, even a noble lady with a slight temper would be angry, let alone the eldest princess. The expression of the palace maid beside Princess Royal changed. When she was about to scold Princess Royal, she heard Princess Royal's laughter. She actually thought that his poem was very good. He even gave him a glass of wine. At that time, he felt it was a bit strange, but when he saw the eldest princess smile like a flower while being praised by a group of young masters, he felt like he understood something. The eldest princess liked others praising her. He felt that he had grasped the trick to pleasing the eldest princess, so he took the opportunity to approach the eldest princess. He wanted to praise her unparalleled beauty, but he quickly made her giggle. At that time, Zhang Shu still felt that the noble eldest princess was just a vulgar woman. But after that, he never had the chance to see eldest Princess Yongle again. It was only today that they met again in the garden of Duke Wei's mansion. Gu Shengyin also asked the system to check what had happened in his mind. Her expression became extremely unsightly. This Ying Qi was really good. He would deal with her sooner or later. But right now, she had to solve the problem in front of her first. Zhang Shu ignored the palace maid's angry glare and took a step forward. He looked at Gu Shengyin affectionately. "Your Highness the eldest princess is peerless and this servant has admired you for a long time. I wonder if I would be lucky enough to get drunk with Your Highness the eldest princess?" Yin expressed, "I won't take the blame for Ying Qi. This is 7, there will be more updates before 12. I'll try my best to write 3 more updates. Mwah. Chapter 1271. Impudent. As soon as he said this, it wasn't just the maid who had reprimanded him. The 6 maids guarding Gu Shengyin all took a step forward and angrily reprimanded him. They were truly angry. They had never seen someone who dared to be so impudent in front of the eldest princess. The 6 maids, even if their voices were clear, their aura was still very oppressive when they reprimanded him in unison. At least for a pampered young master like Zhang Shu, he was so scared that he took a step back. These maids looked at him with even more disdain. He could be scared to this extent by a few maids and he dared to covet their eldest princess? When Zhang Shu retreated like this, he also felt a bit ashamed. His face was a bit red as he looked at Gu Shengyin's face. "Your Highness, Princess Royal, is your servant always this rude?" Gu Shengyin finally spoke. Finally, her eyes fell on Zhang Shu for the first time in a long time. Zhang Shu couldn't help sticking out his chest. However, Gu Shengyin's next words made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. "Where did everyone go? Are you going to let this thing spoil my mood?" "Your Highness, eldest princess." Zhang Shu looked at Gu Shengyin's cold expression in disbelief. He could clearly see that the other side was looking at him like she was looking at a disgusting ant. He no longer had a chance to say the rest of his words. Because some guards had appeared out of nowhere and blocked his mouth, nose, lips, and tongue. They completely ignored his struggles and dragged him away. Gu Shengyin didn't know how they would deal with Zhang Shu, but his end wouldn't be good. Although he dared to be so bold, it was also because of Ying Qi's indulgence. But the most important thing was that this man thought too highly of himself. He didn't put the dignity of the eldest princess in his heart. Serves him right. As for Ying Qi, Gu Shengyin's lips curled into a cold smile. Initially, Gu Shengyin wanted to take it slow and let her feel the feeling of losing everything bit by bit. But now, Gu Shengyin's heart was burning with anger. Her previous method might have been too gentle for this woman. When Qinghua came up with a cup of warm fruit wine, she noticed that the atmosphere in the pavilion was somewhat gloomy. She looked straight ahead and walked to Gu Shengyin's side. "Your Highness Princess Royal, this is the treasure that Madame Duke Wei specially brought out when she heard that you were going to drink." At this time, how could Gu Shengyin have the mood to drink? She tasted at least a little and put it down. The wine was good wine. However, for a person like her, she had seen many of the best wines in the world. What elder Princess Yongle was drinking was her mood. By the time Gu Shengyin's carriage returned to the palace, Duke Wei had also learned about what happened in the back garden from his subordinates. His expression was cold as he ordered his men to leave. The people of the Zhang family didn't know what was good for them. A few days later, Duke Wei impeached Lord Zhang of the Supreme Court for not strictly investigating the case, forcing a good woman to die, accepting bribes, and 6 other crimes. The court was in an uproar. However, the emperor didn't order a strict investigation and ordered the Supreme Court to throw away his official post. Those who were quick-witted knew that the emperor was dissatisfied with Lord Zhang. Those who were more informed knew that on the day of Duke Wei's birthday, the second young master of the Zhang family was carried out. It was said that he had offended Princess Royal Yongle. Chapter 1272. Those who knew what was going on shook their heads. This Zhang family's second young master, of all people he could provoke, why did he have to provoke eldest Princess Yongle? What kind of person was the eldest princess? Was she someone he, the young master of the Supreme Court, could afford to provoke? What the people outside thought, Gu Shengyin didn't care. No matter how complicated these people's hearts were, they still had to bow to him with a respectful smile on their faces. Gu Shengyin returned to her palace. That night, someone brought Ying Qi, who was still in her palace, over. Ying Qi greets master. Ying Qi felt a little nervous. She didn't know why her master had called her over in the middle of the night. She had previously tried to ask the shadow guard who brought her over, but had failed. The first rule of the shadow guards was to keep their mouths shut. Gu Shengyin looked at the person on the ground faintly. Her palace was inlaid with night pearls, so if she didn't use a special gauze cover, the night would still be as bright as day. Therefore, she was able to clearly see Ying Qi's appearance. Indeed, they were no different from each other. It was just that seeing the expression of panic on the face that was exactly the same as her own was really a bit uncomfortable. "Kneel." Ying Qi didn't say anything and knelt down towards Gu Shengyin. A jade-white hand lifted her chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at the person above her. Facing the face she had seen countless times, Ying Qi's eyes became a little flustered. She didn't know why her master would suddenly treat her like this. Moreover, in her eyes, there was a trace of jealousy that she didn't even notice. Gu Shengyin also didn't notice it, but this didn't prevent her from guessing Ying Qi's thoughts. A person's desires were nothing more than that. Gu Shengyin took a closer look and released her hand. Then a maidservant beside her handed her a white brocade handkerchief. Ying Qi watched helplessly as Gu Shengyin carefully wiped the hand that had just touched her, as if she had just touched something dirty. Ying Qi's heart filled with infinite resentment. "Aren't you the ones who wanted me to become like you? Now, what right did he have to show such a disdainful attitude?" Ying Qi retracted his thoughts. Although her master was not very close to her, she had never used such a humiliating attitude. What exactly happened? Gu Shengyin didn't bother to observe the changes in her expression. There was no need for her to guess the thoughts of a shadow guard. For example, if a person was bitten by a dog, they wouldn't run to the dog and ask if it didn't like them. Young Master Zhang of the Supreme Court's mansion, Young Master Lin of Minister Lin's mansion, and the Young Master of Jinglin County Magistrate's mansion. Gu Shengyin said these names one by one, admiring Ing Chi's increasingly pale face. Relying on my identity, I've gotten quite a few female confidants, His last words were extremely cold, causing Ing Chi to shiver involuntarily. Forcing herself to calm down, Ing Chi knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. "Master, please forgive me." It was Ing Chi who couldn't control herself and was willing to confess, asking for Master's punishment. She knew her master's temper. Since he was willing to admit it, he must have known all the things she had done. Admitting her mistakes with a sincere attitude was far better than gritting her teeth and refusing to admit it. But she had guessed wrong. There were more important things waiting for her. Chapter 1273. Punishment. Gu Shengyin softly muttered these two words. That clear and cold voice was like a small hook, hooking Ing Chi's heart, making it impossible for her to let go. She knelt on the cold white jade floor. The night of early spring still had the lingering chill of winter, and it seeped from her knees to her entire body. She didn't know what kind of situation she would encounter. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of punishment for you. This one sentence completely crushed the last trace of hope in her heart. Ing Chi obediently lay on the floor, waiting for her master to continue with the words she hadn't said before. "What I just said is just a small matter. Ing Chi, have I ever treated you well?" Gu Shengyin suddenly asked. She seemed to have only thought of this sentence on the spur of the moment, but it made Ing Chi's heart skip a beat. Ing Chi pressed her head against the cold floor and heard her own calm voice. "Master's kindness to Ing Chi is as heavy as a mountain." What a good kindness. Gu Shengyin sneered. "Because my kindness to you is as heavy as a mountain, you want to replace me?" It was like a bolt from the blue. Ing Chi's whole body shook because of this sentence. She raised her head and stared at Gu Shengyin with her beautiful eyes. She could not hide the panic in her voice as she said, "Master, please understand. I would never dare to have such delusions." What glory and wealth, what honor and glory, she couldn't remember anything at this time. The only thing Ing Chi wanted to do at this moment was to eliminate her master's suspicions. If not, she would die. Gu Shengyin closed his eyes. "You and I both know very well what thoughts we've had that we shouldn't. Ing Chi, I, Yonglu, have always treated you well, but I never thought I would raise such a cruel and unscrupulous thing like you." Ing Chi still refused to give up. Did Master hear some gossip from someone's mouth? Ing Chi's sincerity to Master can be witnessed by the heavens and earth. She looked up at Gu Shengyin. When she saw that Gu Shengyin's eyes were still closed and not looking at her, she made up her mind. "Master, Ing Chi can swear to heaven." "Oh!" Gu Shengyin opened her eyes. She was finally moved. Ing Chi grit his teeth and raised 3 fingers on his right hand as he swore, "Heavens above, Ing Chi is loyal to my master, eldest Princess Yongla, never disloyal, the heavens and earth can bear witness. If I violate this oath, then call me." She didn't know why, but when she said this, she suddenly had a bad premonition. But Gu Shengyin just looked at her. "So what?" Ing Chi closed his eyes. "If I ever violate this oath, may I, Ing Chi, die a miserable death. I can neither live nor die." This was already an extremely heavy oath. "Very good." Gu Shengyin suddenly smiled. She said, "Did you all hear that? What she just said?" In the empty hall, several gray-robed figures suddenly appeared. Gu Shengyin said to the gray-robed figure leading them, "Ing Yi, she is your subordinate. How to deal with her will be up to you." The gray-robed figures silently bowed and 2 of them sealed Ing Chi's acupoints before she could react. The gray-robed figure was about to leave when Gu Shengyin's cold voice sounded behind him. "Remember, you must act according to what she said herself. The rest of your life will be spent wandering in the wind and rain, and will not end well. I can neither live nor die." Chapter 1274. Ing Chi's struggling movements froze when she heard Gu Shengyin's words. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Gu Shengyin's face. "Her Royal Highness Princess Royal has no intention of letting Ing Chi go?" Gu Shengyin gently stroked the white jade cup in her hand and didn't speak. Ing Chi smiled bitterly. Su Baotan, you're so ruthless. Before she could finish her words, a shadow guard who had turned pale with fright sealed her mute acupoint. Then, everyone in the hall knelt down in unison, waiting for their master to speak. These shadow guards hated Ing Chi in their hearts. Ing Chi was a person who deserved to die, yet she had implicated them. What if their master was in a bad mood and decided to vent her anger on them? Gu Shengyin looked at the hall full of people kneeling down and was stunned for a moment, but then thinking of her current identity and the world she lived in, she suddenly understood the thoughts of these shadow guards. In a society where imperial power was supreme, existences like shadow guards had no dignity at all. Their life and death were all controlled by their master. Get up and take her away. Gu Shengyin said lightly. The shadow guards felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Since master said so, it meant she wouldn't pursue this matter. They quickly took Ing Chi away and disappeared in front of Gu Shengyin. Towards Gu Shengyin, they were grateful, but towards Ing Chi, these shadow guards only felt disgust. It was this woman who had almost caused them to be punished. Thinking so, these shadow guards stared at Ing Chi without any trace of warmth. Didn't their master say they were to properly entertain her according to her oath? It just so happened that these shadow guards were proficient in many ways, but this was a life worse than death. Silence was restored in the hall. Gu Shengyin suddenly felt bored. System, how is he? Gu Shengyin suddenly asked. The system flashed a white light and sent a message to Gu Shengyin's mind. Sky Dragon had not been peaceful recently. The late emperor had passed away, and the first prince, who should have rushed back to inherit the throne, met with an accident on his way back. There was no news of him. The other princes in the court, who had been dormant for a long time, seized this opportunity to spread the news that the first prince had died. A group of officials, led by the prime minister, advocated for a new emperor to be chosen from the remaining princes. Fortunately, there was another group of staunch royal officials who insisted on finding the first prince. Both sides refused to budge, and this bought some time for Long Shao. Then, the first prince returned to the capital in a high-profile manner and used thunderous methods to control the chaotic situation in the court, ascending to the throne. Compared to the benevolence and righteousness of the previous emperor, the methods of this new emperor were clearly much more forceful. Not long after he ascended the throne, he took out a handbook in front of the court. On it was a list of the masterminds behind the ambush he encountered on the day he returned to the capital. The second prince, the fourth prince, and the ninth prince were all involved. Long Shao mercilessly stripped the three of their titles and imprisoned them in the imperial mausoleum, never to enter the capital for the rest of their lives. The imperial court had also purged most of the old officials and put the younger officials in important positions. In less than half a year, the entire Sky Dragon court was solemn and the new emperor had complete control of the situation. Some of the old officials who originally had some objections to the new emperor's thunderous methods could not help but sigh at the current situation. They also had to admit that His Majesty was indeed a natural politician. The Sky Dragon court officials and the people were very satisfied with the new emperor. The only thing they had some complaints about was that the new emperor's style seemed to be a bit extravagant. Chapter 1275. How did this saying come about? It turned out that after the court was stabilized and everything was under his control, the new emperor began to recruit skilled craftsmen in the entire Tianlong dynasty to build a beautiful palace in the harem. As soon as he ascended the throne, he started to build a magnificent palace, which worried many of the ministers. This was not a good sign. How many emperors who had perished were extravagant and ruined the country? Of course, these officials did not dare to say this out loud. They only tactfully advised His Majesty that the previous emperor had always been simple, and His Majesty could follow the previous emperor's style. Long Shao looked at the Minister of Revenue in the court without batting an eyelid. The Minister of Revenue was an old man with a mustache and looked very shrewd. Of course, it was impossible for him to not be shrewd if he could become the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue was still capable, but he was too stingy. Money was more important than anything else. At that time, the previous emperor thought that it was probably a good idea to let such a person be the Minister of Revenue. It turned out that it was indeed a good idea. After this meticulous Minister of Revenue took office, The treasury became more and more plentiful day by day. Long Shao was very sure of his ability, but sometimes he felt that this old man was really annoying. For example, at this time, the Minister of Revenue had been talking non-stop for the time it took to brew a cup of tea since the start of the morning assembly. The central idea in his words was that he had no money. His Majesty, you need to be thrifty. Feeling the pressure from His Majesty getting lower and lower, many officials silently took a step back to stay away from this brave Minister of Revenue. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean, not to mention that this was the most honorable one in the entire Tianlong dynasty. If he wants to build a palace, just let him do as he pleases. Anyway, Tianlong dynasty was strong and prosperous, and the treasury was abundant. Not to mention building a palace, even building an imperial city would not be a problem. Long Shao listened patiently for a while, and found that if he did not speak, the Minister of Revenue would probably be able to talk for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea. He finally could not help but interrupt him. Minister Qian, I have a few questions to ask, can you answer them? The Minister of Revenue was taken aback. He did not understand what relationship the Emperor was trying to sell. He could only bow and say, Your Majesty, please ask. This subject will answer everything I know. Are there any of my people who do not have enough to eat and keep warm? Minister Qian was stunned. His Majesty's benevolence in the sea, the people of Tianlong have nothing to worry about. All right then, let me ask you again. Have I ever collected exorbitant taxes from the people? Minister Qian replied respectfully, His Majesty is benevolent and righteous. Never. Let me ask you again. How much did my national treasury earn last year? Reporting to Your Majesty, Minister Qian almost subconsciously reported a string of numbers. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at His Majesty, who was seated above. Long Shao looked at him with a faint smile. With such a huge income and no large expenditure, Minister Qian, are you telling me that you have no money? Yao Shangshu's legs instantly went soft. He simply couldn't follow up with this. If he dared to say that he had no money, the Emperor would issue an edict to confiscate his family's property after the court was dismissed. What happened to all the income from the national treasury last year? Minister Qian looked at His Majesty, who had dug a hole for him to jump into. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Reporting to Your Majesty, this old subject is old. I just miscalculated. Oh, Long Shao suddenly realized. That is to say, you have money, right? Minister Qian nodded with difficulty. Chapter 1276. Long Shao nodded with satisfaction. If that's the case, Minister Qian, what you said earlier, the national treasury is empty? Minister Qian showed a difficult smile. I was confused for a moment. Long Shao nodded and said directly, In that case, I will give Minister Qian full responsibility for the construction of the palace. Minister Qian raised his head in surprise. He did not understand why the Emperor not only did not punish him, but also gave him such an important matter. Long Shao saw his expression and frowned slightly. Minister Qian, do you think there is a problem? Minister Qian quickly bowed. I have no problem. When Minister Qian returned to the queue, Long Shao looked around. Do you have anything else to report? The ministers looked at each other and shook their heads. Listening to His Majesty's words, they suddenly realized that as long as His Majesty was diligent and loved the people, he could let the people live a good life. If he wanted to spend money, he could spend it. Sky Dragon was so powerful, so it was not a problem for the Emperor to show off a little. Therefore, when Long Shao once again ordered to find a famous botanist to plant a 10-mile peach blossom forest in the palace, no minister stood up to object. The whole world belonged to His Majesty. It was just planting some fresh peach blossoms. It was much better than some strange and cruel hobby. Long Shao was very satisfied with this. Although he would not change his mind even if these ministers objected, it was going so smoothly. After all, it was not that annoying, right? When autumn was about to pass and the palace in Sky Dragon's palace had begun to take shape, the ministers of Sky Dragon were once again shocked by their emperor. Their emperor was going to propose to Her Highness the eldest princess of Qing. Logically speaking, The Qing dynasty was a big country that could be compared to Sky Dragon. The famous eldest princess of Qing was said to be the sister of the Emperor of Qing. Her status was also very noble. In that case, she was a good match for His Majesty. But the key was that His Majesty was going to propose in person. How could there be such a thing? The marriage between big countries had always been to send envoys to propose. No matter how noble the eldest princess was, it was enough to send a prince. A gentleman did not sit in a dangerous situation. How could the emperor of a country personally take risks? But His Majesty the Emperor of Sky Dragon was never someone who would listen to others' advice. No matter how much the ministers tried to persuade him, he even set the schedule for the meeting. Before he left, he had specially written a letter and had it sent urgently to the Emperor of the Qing Kingdom. Emperor Long Qing, who was no longer young, was speechless for a long time when he saw the letter of credence from the new Emperor of Tianlong. How far was Tianlong from the Qing Kingdom? If one were to ride a fast horse, it would take at least half a month. If they were to travel in a convoy, it would take at least a month. How could he bear to marry his sister off to such a faraway place? If Bao Chan went to Sky Dragon, she might not be able to come back for the rest of her life. However, the Emperor of Sky Dragon had personally come to propose. With such sincerity, Emperor Long Qing was afraid that refusing would cause the two countries to become enemies. After thinking for a while, he went to the Empress Dowager's palace. What? The well-preserved Empress Dowager sat beside the Emperor and looked like someone of the same age. I don't agree. The Empress Dowager refused without thinking. I only have one daughter, Baotan. Your Majesty, can you bear to separate us? The Emperor had always been filial. When he heard this, he immediately smiled bitterly and said that he did not dare. Chapter 1277. In his heart, he had never thought of letting Yongla go through a marriage. He only had one baby sister, and he had always wanted to choose the best husband for her in the whole of Qing Kingdom. Long Shao did not know that his future mother-in-law and brother-in-law were already thinking about how to reject him before he even set off. At the same time, Gu Xingyin also received the news from the system that Long Shao was coming to Qing Kingdom. He's coming to Qing Kingdom to ask for my hand in marriage? And not just for a marriage, but also specifically for me? Gu Xingyin was a little stunned. She was not surprised that Long Shao would do this, but felt that this method was too different from the original plot. System, is this really okay? She was a little hesitant. The system replied, Host, as long as Princess Yongla successfully marries into the Sky Dragon Empire, the power of Qing Kingdom will be strengthened. Furthermore, as mentioned in the plot, it brings even more powerful weapons and forging techniques to the Qing Kingdom, facilitating hundreds of years of peace between the Qing Kingdom and Tianlong. There are no problems with the host's mission. Hearing the system's words, Gu Xingyin was relieved. The emperor did not deliberately publicize this matter, but as the arrival of the Sky Dragon diplomatic corps approached, the emperor had to put the reception schedule on the court. The emperor did not say the purpose of the new emperor of Tianlong. He only said that the new emperor of Tianlong dynasty, who had just ascended the throne, would come to Qing Kingdom on the 15th of the next month, and let the Ministry of Rites prepare the highest standard of reception. Because he thought that he was going to reject the young emperor of Tianlong, Emperor Long Qing had some indescribable subtle feelings in his heart, and felt that he could make up for it in other ways. For example, when the Sky Dragon diplomatic corps arrived, he would personally go and receive them. Since the other party was also the emperor of a country, it would not be too demeaning for him to personally receive them. The whole of Qing Kingdom was excited about this matter. Although they did not know the purpose of the visit for the time being, the courtiers and people of Qing Kingdom also felt that this was a very exciting matter. To be able to make such a powerful emperor of Tianlong dynasty come to visit so solemnly, it also highlighted the strength of Qing Kingdom, did it not? On the day of the arrival of the Sky Dragon diplomatic corps, countless people of Qing Kingdom ran to the streets and stopped to watch. Emperor Long Qing was waiting for the arrival of the other party at the city gate in 12 jade robes. On this day, countless citizens of Qing were excited because not only did they see the emperor they had never seen before, but they also saw the emperor of the distant Tianlong dynasty. There were also countless unmarried young girls of the Qing Kingdom who secretly blushed. They had only heard that this young emperor was very young, but they had never heard that he looked so heroic and extraordinary. The officials who had come with Long Shao to the Qing kingdom had always held a grudge against their emperor's willful behavior. After seeing the Qing kingdom's thoughtful etiquette, they felt a little better. The banquet was specially prepared to welcome the heavenly dragon emissary. The day before the celestial dragon emissary arrived in the Qing kingdom, Emperor Long Qing quietly summoned Gu Xingyin into the palace and told her of this matter. In Emperor Long Qing's heart, his Bao Chan would definitely not be willing to marry to such a faraway place, so he did not even wait for Gu Xingyin's reply. He said directly, "Bao Chan, don't worry. I will not let that Emperor Tianlong succeed." Gu Xingyin, she could only helplessly lower her eyes and said, "It's up to you." Gao Lingji had been outside in the cold wind for a day and had been completely blown into a stupid branch. For chapters, there should be 2 more. Her mind was completely muddled. Only 6 chapters today. I'm really sorry, there will be 10,000 tomorrow. Chapter 1278. Emperor Long Qing raised the wine cup in his hand and personally toasted Long Shao. "Your Majesty, you are young and talented. You are truly admirable." Long Shao also quickly raised the wine cup in his hand. "Compared to you, Your Majesty, I can only be considered a junior. Your Majesty is overpraising me." This sentence made Emperor Long Qing very happy. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. In his heart, he admired the young emperor even more. Of course, he also became more vigilant. To become the ruler of a country at such a young age, it was rare that he did not have the arrogance of ordinary young people. Such a person was certainly not ordinary. Emperor Long Qing had heard some things about Sky Dragon. If the Emperor of Sky Dragon had no tricks up his sleeve, how could he control the whole of Sky Dragon in such a short time? Emperor Long Qing thought this in his heart, but he did not know that the Emperor of Sky Dragon, who had left a deep impression in his heart, was quietly focused on his own sister. From the moment Long Shao entered the hall, he had been looking at Gu Shengyin from the corner of his eye. Both of them were very noble people. Naturally, their seats were the closest to Emperor Long Qing. So, Long Shao could easily see the expression on Gu Shengyin's face. He saw the shock that could not be hidden when her gaze fell on his face. But it was only for a moment. After Gu Shengyin drank a cup of wine, her expression returned to its usual coldness. She did not look at him again. Long Shao was a little depressed. He was still thinking carefully. Was Yongle angry? Yes, he had treated her like that and was unwilling to tell her his identity. Now that he had suddenly appeared, it would certainly cause her dissatisfaction. But a look of determination flashed through Long Zhao's eyes. Dissatisfaction? It was fine. He still had endless time in the future to make her satisfied. He could not wait to settle the relationship between the two of them. He wanted her to belong to him. Emperor Long Qing took a look and happened to see the young Emperor of Sky Dragon looking at his sister. The emotion in his eyes moved him. At the same time, Emperor Long Qing was confused. Was this the first time the Emperor of Sky Dragon came to Qing Kingdom? Why did it seem like he had seen Bao Chan before? "Qing Emperor," Long Shao suddenly stood up and called out to him. Emperor Long Qing had a bad premonition. He instinctively wanted to say something to interrupt Long Shao, but he did not succeed. "I have come to the Qing Kingdom this time because I want the Sky Dragon and the Qing Kingdom to be on good terms forever," Long Shao said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the ministers on the Sky Dragon's side were still fine. After all, they had already known about their Majesty's plan. However, the Qing Kingdom exploded. The courtiers discussed fervently, all saying that this was the case. No wonder Sky Dragon would suddenly send an envoy to Qing Kingdom. As for the marriage alliance, most of the ministers' first reaction was that it was a good thing. The Great Qing Dynasty and the Sky Dragon Dynasty were among the top powers on this continent. The Qing Kingdom was rich, and the Sky Dragon was famous for his powerful battle prowess. If the Qing Kingdom could form a marriage alliance with Tianlong, then the two countries could exchange what they needed. This was, without question, a very good thing. Only Emperor Long Qing's expression changed slightly when he heard these words. He really didn't think that the Emperor of Sky Dragon would actually say this in front of so many people. Chapter 1279. Emperor Longqing thought to himself. Fortunately, His Majesty didn't say it out loud. He wanted Baochan. If he said it, he might be able to deal with it. But it was clear that his thinking was too simple. Because soon, Long Shao opened his mouth again. I am willing to marry your country's eldest princess Yongla as the empress. When these words were said, the entire hall was silent. The officials of Qing Kingdom were all silent. No wonder they didn't see any joy on His Majesty's face. Sky Dragon had taken a fancy to the eldest princess. Who was the eldest princess? She was the pearl of Qing Kingdom. She was His Majesty's treasure. It turned out that Sky Dragon's people had such thoughts. Many officials felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Was the most beautiful and noble eldest princess of Qing Kingdom going to be held in the arms of a foreigner? Even if the other party was the emperor, they still felt uncomfortable. While the officials of Qing Kingdom were suffering in their hearts, Sky Dragon's envoys were very satisfied. At first, they didn't want His Majesty to personally go to Qing Kingdom. They felt that this would lower His Majesty's status. But when it was time to leave, perhaps because they knew that this matter was inevitable, the resistance in their hearts lessened a lot. Moreover, the people who followed Long Shao on the diplomatic mission were all his trusted subordinates. No matter what, they would support his decision. This mood completely changed when they saw eldest Princess Yongla sitting in the hall. No one had ever seen the rumored eldest Princess Yongla. However, when all the Heavenly Dragon ambassadors saw Gu Shengyin for the first time, they knew in their hearts that this must be eldest Princess Yongla of the Qing Kingdom. Other than such a beauty, such bearing and such charm, who else could bear the title of the most beautiful woman in the world? No wonder His Majesty was willing to come personally to ask for her hand in marriage. For such a beauty, so what if he lowered his status for her? Indeed, His Majesty had good taste. Sky Dragon's envoys thought so. Emperor Longqing could no longer maintain the smile on his face. How could he reply to His Majesty, the Emperor of Sky Dragon, saying such words under such circumstances? If he refused in public, there would be no hope for a good relationship between the two countries. But if he didn't refuse? He felt that his sister would not be willing to marry Baochan off so rashly. Emperor Longqing coughed lightly and was about to ask for a delay in this matter. Long Shao looked gently at Gu Xin, who had been glaring at him unhappily ever since he finished speaking. It was so beautiful. This kind of expression was much better than coldly ignoring me. He stared at Gu Shengyin without blinking, but his words were said to everyone. This one can swear that in this life, I will marry the eldest princess as my empress. My only wish is to grow old with the eldest princess. There will only be one person in the harem. His words shocked everyone. These words were already shocking enough. Even an ordinary wealthy family would have one or two concubines. This dignified ruler of the world actually said that there was only one person in the harem. If the officials of the Qing Kingdom were only shocked, then the officials of Tianlong were terrified. How could their emperor be so willful? What does the royal family value the most? Such words were simply unfilial to the ancestors. But in such an occasion, these officials could not kneel and beg the emperor to take back his words like in the court. Outside, especially in front of other countries, the dignity of their emperor could not be offended. Chapter 1280. The officials of Tianlong could only look at their emperor anxiously. They had never hoped so earnestly that their emperor would go back on his word. Another group of officials looked eagerly at the Qing Kingdom. At first, they were proud of their emperor's good taste. Now, they wanted the Qing Kingdom to refuse. As long as the Qing Kingdom was unwilling to marry the eldest princess to Tianlong, then their emperor's promise would be useless. But Emperor Longqing was silent. Initially, he wanted to refuse, but after hearing the words of this young monarch Tianlong, he swallowed his words back down. No matter what would happen in the future at this moment, the emperor could say that he did not want a harem. It was enough to see how important Baochan was in his heart. He could find a talented and handsome husband for Baochan in the future. He could also use his status to force the emperor not to take concubines. But he could not use his power to force the emperor to love Baochan alone. The emperor looked around the hall and saw his sister glaring at the emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He suddenly had a thought. Under everyone's gaze, Long Qingfu coughed lightly and said with a smile, Yongle is indebted to your majesty. But Yongle has been spoiled since she was young. I can't make the decision for her. Whether it was the officials of Tianlong or the officials of Qing Kingdom, they were all confused. What did this mean? Refuse? But it didn't seem like it. The one who reacted the fastest was Long Xiao. Almost as soon as Emperor Long Qing finished speaking, he said loudly, Your Majesty, you mean that eldest Princess Yongle's marriage can be decided by herself? If eldest Princess Yongle agrees, will your Majesty agree? Emperor Long Qing nodded. Long Zhao's words caused everyone's eyes to focus on Gu Shengyin again. Gu Shengyin secretly cursed him for being cunning. Long Xiao looked at her affectionately and said gently, Eldest Princess Yongle, what do you think of this matter? Gu Shengyin thought to herself, I really want to refuse you and let you suffer the consequences of your own actions. But on the surface, she only stood up leisurely. Her gorgeous sleeves fluttered slightly, and her eyes turned. She was indescribably charming. Everyone in the hall stared at her with their eyes wide open. Beauties were like this. Even if it was an ordinary action, when she did it, she would have an indescribable charm compared to others. Gu Shengyin did not show the slightest shyness of being proposed to. She looked straight at Long Xiao without dodging and opened her mouth like the first cry of an oriole. Just now, Emperor Tianlong said that if you take me as your empress, I will be the only one in your harem? Long Xiao nodded without hesitation. Of course. Gu Shengyin pressed on. What if His Majesty breaks his promise? Long Xiao met her gaze and said firmly, That won't happen. Gu Shengyin pressed on. I have never believed in empty promises. Why don't you make an oath? If you go back on your word, I will return to the Qing Kingdom in peace. How about it? These words were really shocking. It was rare for commoners to divorce, let alone the empress of a country. The ministers of Tianlong instinctively wanted to interrupt. Long Xiao stared at Gu Shengyin. He was not surprised to see a trace of provocation in her eyes. She said that on purpose to force him to give in. Chapter 1281. Long Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. He said in a clear voice, Why not? Plop. Immediately, a courtier from Sky Dragon knelt down to Long Xiao. Your Majesty, you can't. This kind of thing, not to mention what would happen in the future, if it was spread out, others would only think that their emperor was blinded by lust and didn't know anything when he saw a beauty. Long Xiao ignored him and looked at Gu Shengyin instead. I can agree to this. I wonder what other conditions your highness has? The courtiers from Sky Dragon felt that they might need to see a doctor, while the courtiers from Qing Kingdom were full of pride. Their eldest princess was peerlessly beautiful. Their princess was mighty and domineering. Their princess couldn't be more handsome. Of course. Gu Shengyin slanted her eyes and roared, Your Majesty, don't tell me you think that I can be married to you so easily? Long Xiao was overjoyed. What did this mean? It was almost an agreement. As for the meaning of Gu Shengyin's words? Betrothal gifts. Give. Long Xiao opened his mouth and said without hesitation, I am willing to give these two things. As betrothal gifts for marrying your Majesty. He raised his hand, and a servant behind him held a tray and presented it to Gu Shengyin. Everyone had a curious look on their faces. Even the Sky Dragon's envoys didn't know when their emperor had prepared these things. However, what could be on such a small tray? Gu Shengyin lifted the bright yellow silk on the tray. After seeing what was inside, her eyes narrowed. She covered the yellow silk in her hand again and looked at Long Xiao. Your Majesty, are you serious? Long Xiao laughed heartily. Of course I am serious. Good. Gu Shengyin motioned for the servant to pass the things to Emperor Long Qing. Then I will wait for your Majesty in Qing Kingdom. After Gu Shengyin said this, she bowed to Emperor Long Qing. My sister is not feeling well. I will leave first. The courtiers were speechless. Is it really okay to lie through your teeth like this? Long Xiao looked at Gu Shengyin's back and did not say anything. When Emperor Long Qing saw what was on the tray, his hands trembled and he almost dropped the wine cup in his hand. He personally checked it carefully and found that he was not mistaken. This is the world's most advanced forging method, and even the blueprint of Sky Dragon's most advanced weapon. Emperor Long Qing felt that the thing in his hand was a little hot. He roughly understood why Bao Chan had agreed so decisively. Covering the things in his hands, Emperor Long Qing's smiling face became serious. "Your Majesty Sky Dragon, are you serious?" Long Shao also restrained his expression. "I've never played around." Emperor Long Qing sighed inwardly and finally raised his wine cup. "Let us congratulate Qing Kingdom and Sky Dragon. Let us help each other and make a lasting friendship." Long Shao raised the wine cup in his hand with a smile and drank it in one gulp. Although the courtiers did not understand what was going on between the two of them, they understood that the Emperor of Sky Dragon probably took out something extraordinary to make Qing Kingdom's attitude change so quickly. Everyone scratched their ears and cheeks and wanted to know what Sky Dragon took out. However, the people involved kept their mouths tightly shut about this matter. As soon as the banquet was over, Emperor Long Qing urgently summoned the courtiers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works to the study to discuss matters. Chapter 1282. Are you really willing to let your sister marry to a place so far away? In the Empress Dowager's palace, the servants had all left. The Empress Dowager questioned the Emperor mercilessly. Emperor Long Qing didn't say anything. In fact, when he saw the two things that Sky Dragon took out, he knew that the marriage between the two countries was set. He couldn't let go of the opportunity to improve the strength of the whole Qing kingdom. He couldn't let go of it. Gu Shengyin sat quietly on the side. Every time she wanted to speak for Emperor Long Qing, the Empress Dowager gave her a cold stare, which made her have to shut up. Emperor Long Qing obviously knew the Empress Dowager's temper. He didn't say anything until the Empress Dowager finished venting. "Mother," the Empress Dowager said angrily, "don't call me now." Emperor Long Qing looked at his sister helplessly. Gu Xin slowly walked to the Empress Dowager's side, took one of her hands, and shook it gently. "Mother." The Empress Dowager squinted at her. Gu Xingyin quickly said, "Don't blame my brother. I was willing to do this." The Empress Dowager actually knew what was going on. What happened in the court quickly spread to her ears. Of course, she also knew that her son put the choice in her daughter's hands. But her daughter would soon be married and couldn't see. She couldn't bear to scold her, so she could only scold her son. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, the Empress Dowager's tears finally fell. "My Baochen, why is her life so hard?" The Empress Dowager held Gu Xingyin tightly in her arms. Gu Xingyin sighed secretly and had to say slowly, "I don't feel wronged. He promised me so many conditions and promised that I would be the only one in the harem. Mother, I really don't feel wronged." The Empress Dowager's tears gradually stopped. Although the other party was very sincere, and the Empress Dowager knew that the princess of the royal family was born with more responsibilities than others, she was still very reluctant when it came to her daughter. She had been holding her daughter in the palm of her hand for more than 10 years. He was about to follow the others to a completely unfamiliar place. If it were in the Qing Kingdom, anywhere, the Empress Dowager would have the confidence to take care of her daughter. But in Sky Dragon, even if her Baochan was wronged, she might not even know. Gu Shengyin gently leaned her head on the Empress Dowager's shoulder and said softly, "Mother, don't worry. Your daughter will live a happy life." This was something she was sure of. That man would never let her down. On this side, the Empress Dowager's palace, which was specially used to entertain the heavenly dragon, was also in an uproar. The Tianlong officials who had come with Long Shao only found out what their emperor had sacrificed in order to marry the eldest princess of the Qing Kingdom after they returned from the banquet. The most advanced forging method. The blueprint for the weapon with the most destructive power. No wonder the Qing emperor had such an expression. Those ministers felt that their majesty was not marrying an empress, but inviting an ancestor back, right? There were also some ministers who wanted to go further. Their emperor cared too much about this eldest princess of the Qing kingdom. The loyalty of an emperor was not a good sign. Chapter 1283. Long Shao frowned as he listened to the officials' earnest admonishment. Some even boldly took out the example of the previous dynasty's monarch's favored concubine. Pa! The crisp sound of a cup breaking rang out, startling everyone. Enough! Long Xiao shouted in a deep voice. I never need others to comment on what I do. If you have the free time to pay attention to my private affairs, why don't you spend some time on your own affairs? Every one of you is pointing fingers at my decisions. Do you think that you can be a better emperor than me? With these words, all the officials in the room knelt down. For a moment, there was complete silence. Long Xiao said in his heart, this bunch of fellows just wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't make him angry. He listened and tolerated them nicely, but they were going to take a mile after taking an inch. When he was really angry, these officials who had just been making impassioned speeches were all trembling with fear. I sincerely want to marry eldest Princess Yongle. What are you trying to do by obstructing me? If I hear even the slightest bit of bad rumors about the eldest princess outside, do as you deem fit, Long Xiao said coldly. Cold sweat seeped out of the foreheads of the officials present. His Majesty was so protective of his food that he could not even hear the slightest rumor about the future empress. No matter what the officials of Tianlong thought, and no matter how reluctant the Empress Dowager of Qing was, this matter was settled. As the noble eldest princess of Qing, Gu Shengyin naturally could not just casually follow them to Tianlong. The Tianlong emissaries would first return to the country, and then on a date set by both sides, they would send a grand wedding procession to welcome their future empress of Tianlong back. The night before the Tianlong emissaries left, Gu Shengyin and Long Xiao met. You're amazing. You've made me go in circles. Gu Shengyin snorted coldly. Her expression was very calm, and there was no joy or anger in her tone. Long Xiao could not guess what she was thinking for a moment. This was also the first time the two of them met in the hall. It was also the first time the two of them met after his true identity was exposed. Long Xiao was a little helpless. I can be sure that I have never played you. Bao Chan, he called out her name softly. I've never lied to you. He was just hiding some things. Gu Shengyin was silent. She thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Long Xiao even told him that Xiao Xiao was not his real name before he left. Gu Shengyin regained her senses and looked at him. You spent so much to marry me. Aren't you afraid that others will call you a fatuous ruler? Long Xiao smiled. How can I stop someone else's mouth from growing? As for whether he is a fatuous ruler or not, time will prove it. Gu Shengyin snorted. I don't care if others call you a fatuous ruler or not. I just feel that I'm going to become a femme fatale. Long Xiao's face immediately became serious. Bao Chan, don't worry. It doesn't matter what others say about me. If anyone dares to talk bad about you, they must be tired of talking. Gu Shengyin was speechless. Where did this guy learn these sweet nothings from? She was happy in her heart, but she just pretended to snort casually. Unexpectedly, she felt a warmth behind her, and a warm body approached her. I really miss you, Bao Chan. Chapter 1284. Perhaps because he knew Gu Shengyin's bottom line, Long Xiao did not hug her directly. He only stood closely behind her. The two of them did not touch at all, but they were very close. Gu Shengyin could even feel his breath on her ear when he spoke. Gu Shengyin did not speak. Long Xiao did not seem to expect her answer. He said to himself, since the last time we met, I have been thinking about you since I returned to Tianlong. Every day, I have been thinking about Bao Chan. Gu Shengyin pursed her lips and did not say anything. Long Xiao continued, after taking control of the situation in the dynasty, I immediately made the decision to go to Qing. All the officials stopped me, saying that this was too rash and dangerous, but I still insisted on coming. Because I really wanted to see you. Then, as I said, the next time we meet, I will tell you my real name. My name is Long Xiao. Gu Shengyin quietly listened to his words and suddenly asked, have you ever thought about what if I don't agree to your proposal, or if I already have someone I like? Long Xiao paused and then said, I have enough confidence that no country can refuse the betrothal gifts I take out. Gu Shengyin was silent. Indeed, the two things that Long Xiao took as betrothal gifts could not be measured by their value. Not to mention the eldest princess, even 10 princesses might not be worth their value. If I am really rejected, Long Xiao paused. Then I will be a bandit and take my empress back. Gu Shengyin raised her head because of these words. She really did not expect Long Xiao to say such a thing. Don't joke. Long Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. He said that he would never lie to her or joke in front of her. If Qin was really unwilling to marry the eldest princess to Tianlong, he might really use force to solve the problem. It's getting late. You should go back, Gu Shengyin suddenly said. Long Xiao was a little reluctant, but he also knew that it was not suitable for him to stay here for long. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze suddenly froze as if he had seen something inconceivable. Gu Shengyin didn't hear a reply, so she turned around in confusion. Then she felt something move around her neck, and a jade pendant hidden under her robe was taken out. Long Zhao's eyes suddenly became pleasantly surprised. He looked at Gu Shengyin with shining eyes. Bao Chan, you have been wearing it all this time? Gu Shengyin, how did he see it? He had kept it so secretively. She maintained an indifferent expression on her face. I just feel that this jade pendant is not bad. It suits my clothes today. An uncontrollable smile spread from the corner of Long Zhao's mouth, and the corners of his eyes and brows were full of smiles. He glanced at Gu Shengyin and felt that he shouldn't expose the excuse she had found in her panic. Her clothes today clearly did not suit this jade pendant. Long Xiao walked in front of Gu Shengyin. When Gu Shengyin was caught off guard, he wrapped his arm around her waist. What are you doing? Gu Shengyin was shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party only hugged her for a moment before letting go. A farewell hug. Bao Chan, wait for me to welcome you back to Tianlong. A warm touch touched her forehead and flashed by. It was so fast that she almost thought it was an illusion. Chapter 1285. The envoys from Sky Dragon finally left. But the whole palace was busy because of this. They had to start preparing for Princess Yongla's wedding. Princess Yongla's status was already first class, and this time she was going to Sky Dragon to become the queen of a country. The Empress Dowager loved her daughter, so she was picky and at least doubled the dowry that she had prepared. Emperor Longqing also felt sorry for his sister, so he could only make up for it with the dowry. All kinds of rare treasures were put into Gu Shengyin's palace. It was said that when the officials from the Ministry of Rites counted the dowry of Princess Yongla, they even suspected that she had emptied the palace's treasury. Everyone was busy, especially the servants who were going to follow Gu Shengyin to Sky Dragon. Only Gu Shengyin, the main character, had the most leisure time. There was someone to do everything for her. The only thing that made her unhappy was that from time to time some noble ladies would look at her with pity, as if it was a terrible and sad thing for her to marry into Sky Dragon. Gu Shengyin didn't want to go again after attending 2 banquets in the capital. She was really fed up with those self-righteous eyes. Anyway, her status was high enough. If she didn't want to go, she could just reject it. There was no need to find any reason. In this very boring situation, Gu Shengyin finally remembered the mission goal that she had forgotten. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen Ying Qi since she was taken away by the shadow guards. At first, the system would dutifully report her recent situation. Every time, it was nothing more than what the shadow guards had done to her and what she had become. Later, Gu Shengyin simply told the system that if Ying Qi didn't do anything strange, it didn't need to tell her these things. It affected her appetite. It was true. The shadow guards' interrogation methods were really clever. Sometimes, just hearing the description made Gu Shengyin feel a little scared. Ying Yi, take me to see her. Ying Yi was a little hesitant. Gu Shengyin asked, is there a problem? Ying Qi bowed and said, it's Ying Qi. Her current appearance is a little unsightly. Was he afraid that he would be scared? Gu Shengyin waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Let's go and have a look. Ying Yi took Gu Shengyin to a dark room. This dark room was very big, but it was very dark. There were only a few lonely oil lamps with bean-sized flames. Against the cold gleam of some of the torture instruments, it was rather eerie. Gu Shengyin slowly walked in. Her long and gorgeous dress dragged on the ground, becoming the only light in this dark room. It was a cage like a small iron house. Most of them were empty. When they arrived at one of the small iron houses, Ying Yi made a gesture, and a shadow guard in the same gray clothes opened the door. In the dim light, Gu Shengyin could see a skinny figure lying in the corner of the small iron house. If it weren't for the occasional twitching of her body, she would look like a lifeless corpse. Gu Shengyin looked at her quietly. Just from her back, even she couldn't recognize that this was the In-Chi who looked exactly like her. In-Yi stood beside Gu Xingyin and said, "In-Chi, master is here." The figure slowly moved and then raised her head. Gu Xingyin sucked in a sharp breath. This face, how did this face become like this? Chapter 1286. It wasn't a deliberate disfigurement, but In-Chi's current face was really difficult to describe. If one looked closely, it seemed that her facial features were still the same as before, but if one looked a little more closely, they would feel that something was wrong. His entire face was like a different face. His facial features were forced to be put together, making people feel that it was not real at all. It was a little scary. Moreover, the skin on her face had begun to fall off in some places. Gu Xingyin looked at this face with some surprise, suddenly thinking of the medicine she had given In-Chi. Yes, the substitute needed to maintain the exact same figure and appearance as the master, so the white jade pill could not be stopped. If it was stopped, the backlash from the body was not a joke. In-Chi seemed to be even a little confused, but the moment she saw Gu Xingyin, she sobered up. She almost screamed at Gu Xingyin, "Who are you? Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the imperial palace?" Gu Xingyin was silent. She turned her head to look at In-Yi, who had his head down. "What's the matter with her?" In-Yi didn't dare to raise his head, reporting to Master, "In-Chi couldn't bear the punishment of the shadow guards and has gone crazy." Crazy? This was unexpected by Gu Xingyin. As a shadow guard, they had received all kinds of special training from an early age, so their willpower was quite amazing. Gu Xingyin didn't believe that In-Chi would go crazy so easily. She didn't step forward, but stayed beside In-Yi and quietly asked, "Who are you?" Puma. In-Chi was still lying on the ground. Hearing this question, she seemed puzzled, but soon straightened up and her face became reserved. "This princess is the most respected Princess Yongla of the Qin Kingdom." In-Chi didn't know that this kind of attitude, coupled with her strange face, was really unbearable to look at. However, among the only two people in the audience, In-Yi lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound, while Gu Xingyin had no interest in talking to her. "Have someone bring a mirror," Gu Xingyin said to In-Yi. In-Yi didn't understand what his master wanted to do, but he still dutifully blew a whistle. Soon, someone came over. Gu Xingyin took the mirror that had just been delivered and threw it directly in front of In-Chi. "In-Chi, take a look in the mirror and see what you look like now. Who would think that you are the noble eldest Princess Yongla when they see you?" In-Chi saw the mirror and quieted down. Her slightly blackened fingers fumbled for the mirror on the ground, and then her face appeared in the mirror. But the next moment, the mirror smashed against the metal wall and shattered. "No, no, no, this isn't me, this isn't me, this isn't me, this isn't me." In-Chi seemed to be on the verge of collapse as he shouted desperately. She shouted for a while and wanted to pick up the mirror again to take another look. However, the mirror had already been smashed by her and could no longer reflect anything. Her hands groped on the ground anxiously, piecing together several mirror fragments. She wanted to see her own appearance again, and she didn't even care that there were several bloody cuts on her hands. Gu Xingyin looked on coldly from the side. "In-Chi, this princess doesn't care if you are really crazy or not. It has no meaning to me, and it has no meaning to you. Because in this life, don't even think about escaping revenge." Chapter 1287. The movements of In-Chi's hands slowly stopped. However, she still ignored Gu Xingyin. Just like before, she sat there with her head lowered, as if she had completely ignored the two people in front of her. Gu Xingyin glanced at In-Yi and said, "Let's go." In-Yi nodded silently and the metal lock was once again locked, restoring the place to silence. After Gu Xingyin and the others had walked for a long time, and not a single sound of footsteps could be heard anymore, In-Chi suddenly grabbed the mirror fragment on the ground and was about to wipe it across her neck. Ding! A copper coin flew out of nowhere and hit In-Chi's hand that was holding the mirror fragment. Her hand loosened and the fragment fell to the ground. A deep voice came from the darkness, "In-Chi, Master didn't say you were going to die, so don't even think about it." Soon, a gray-robed figure appeared from the darkness and cleaned up the broken pieces and other things in the iron prison. Out of the dark prison, Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside was too depressing. Ying Qi's face makes me uncomfortable, Gu Shengyin said with a frown. Ying Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Ying Qi's face didn't matter anymore. You also know that in a few days I will be going to Sky Dragon City. When the time comes, you will definitely be coming with me. Gu Shengyin said faintly, as for Ying Qi, deal with her quickly. Remember, don't let her live too happily. If she's happy, I won't be happy. Ying Yi bowed his head, yes. In fact, he didn't know why his master was so against Ying Qi. Their master's personality, to be honest, could be said to be soft-hearted and soft-hearted, treating the shadow guards with compassion and compassion, but when it came to the matter of Ying Qi, he was ruthless to the point of making them bristle with anger. If it were up to him, Ying Qi, who was disloyal, he would have just killed her. Why bother torturing her? In the eyes of those who didn't know, Ying Qi was just a subordinate with bad intentions. Little did they know that she had once succeeded. Gu Shengyin could not tell anyone about this. Shadow One was very efficient. That night, Gu Shengyin received a system notification. Ying Qi's eyes were gouged out, his tongue was cut off, his ears were disabled, his limbs were broken, and his entire face was peeled off while he was still alive. Unfortunately, her life was being kept alive by someone using top-notch medicinal herbs. Even if she wanted to die, she couldn't. Within half a month, a terrifying beggar appeared on the streets of the capital. If she was an ordinary beggar, some kind-hearted people would give her some money and food. However, this person was truly too frightening. Under his messy hair was a hideous face with scars that blurred his facial features. Many children were scared to tears. Many commoners threw vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at her, wanting to chase away this terrifying beggar. Even though this beggar couldn't move, there would always be someone who would force-feed her in the middle of the night so that she wouldn't starve to death. Ying Qi finally understood what it meant to live a life worse than death, and what it meant to beg for death. Compared to today, the days in the dark